Hi, Forsan. Oh. Hi, Forsan. Hello. Hi, Copy. Hi, JJ. Happy New Year, Professor. Happy New Year. Ai, come ho chiamato? Get a second chance to Cupid. How are you doing? Wait. Decent. If I hide here, there we go. Hi! Hi, Zeta! Hi, Raja! Good night? Oh, if I had a good night? I thought you were going tonight, like to bed now. I was like, what the hell? Can hold me right in my room. Where's my mouse? To go love. I want it more, more, more. I know nothing feeling stupid. It's been real. It was a very good night. Okay, now I can decrease the volume of the music. It was a very good night. Hi, Pawa. Hi, Gorgon. Happy New Year. I went to bed around 5 a.m. And Urgot did not make an all night. Actually, he touched the floor and he fell asleep. And I said floor because he slept on the floor. Hi, Mango. Hi, Haz. Hello. He slept on the floor because I had no more space. I had no more space. It was really, really nice. It was really, really nice. I'm playing today. Say that today we're gaming. It was really, really nice. Like, okay, so we did. I organized a tombola. A bingo with very weird stuff in it. So I went to like a Chinese store here in Milan, and I got all the things that were under $1. So I got them like weird things to eat, weird jellos. What else there was there? Hi Rua. I'm doing great, Mango. How are you doing? Weird jello. There was no price. And then the winner. And there were also like shots. So you were either getting a shot or something weird to eat or drink. You know, a win-win situation. And then the winner was getting. You know what they were getting? Do you know what they were getting, chat? You don't know? It was Urgut who won. You know? The problem is like no one else would want to do it with you. Sorry. Hi, Narco. Do you want to know who was it? Not a shot. What you were able to do in DDM, Guardante? Oh. I have a too many DMs. Can you text me again so you can bring it back up? I not too difficult this morning? What do you mean? Well, the winner. Do you want to know what they get? The winner of the bingo, what they got? Come on, God. Why don't you try to guess? Guess. At 5 a.m. Happy New Year, Juvo. You guess. It was Chinese. I still got it in a Chinese store and it was less than €1. Exposure. Merch now. Champagne bottle, too much. Not that, Gardante. Fortune cookie, nah. Come on, it has to be a prize, a real prize. Ay, Notorious. Gin. Other people got Sambuca, not gin. Ay, Rico. A hug. You got it for less than €1. Sake, no. You want me to tell you? You want me to tell you already? You want me to tell you already? Rico knows. Rico knows because he bought it with me. Who's it? Statu!
Statue AP and Gent just subscribed. One of your creations with clay.
No, but I could have, right? Those are like worth it, worth like winning. But I see you're on the right way, like on the right side. Like it's a really cool thing to win. It's a really cool to win. You want me to tell you already? Okay, so I got for the winner. The winner got a chicken feet. Chicken feet in jello. And there was a very specific rule with this bingo. The rule was everything you're winning. Oh, thank you, JJ. Everything you were winning, you were supposed to eat it or consume it by the end of the day, of the night. So yeah. Urgot got to eat the feet, the food of the chicken. Yeah, I know, that's why it was nice, because it was gross. Do you like the chicken feet? Do you like chicken feet, chat? Hi, Keo. Chicken feet. Do you like it? Ew. They smelled so bad. Never tried? You'd give it a whirl? To taste me. You eat them a lot. I don't... Okay, listen. I have this thing, chat. Also in Italy, we eat like the intestines. I have this thing that I cannot get over with my brain. Like, my brain will stop me from doing stuff. You know, like, I cannot. Intestines are way grosser. You think? By the way, you know what I wanted to try? Yeah.
Simpson 421 just subscribed.
You know what I wanted to do with you? I want to do this set as component, I think. No, component 2. Yes. Okay. I want to do something while we chit chat at the beginning. Yesterday, a lot of friends were telling me how they loved to play bingo. So, do you want to play bingo? I don't have any prices, but if you like it, if we try it out and we see that we like it, we could see it. See if we. I have no idea how it works. What is this? Capito link personale contatto su OBS Studio. Aggiungi fonte, browser. Yeah, just for fun, while we chit chat a little bit. Oh, and then we watch the video. I was thinking about that actually also too. We're gonna say it from the very beginning. Okay. Okay, Wiko. Okay. bit too big, I would say. Who's that? Holy fucking fuck. People have issues. Where's the bingo? There we go. There we go. A meal called financiera. You eat the interior part of the chicken. Ew! Bingo. Okay. I have to give permission. You have all the permissions, okay? How does it work? We're starting? Ah! There is two type of bingos. The European one and the American one. The European one has 90 numbers. I know. No, you know what I found out, JJ, when I was thinking about it? I feel like, let's set up the bingo, then we talk about it. Okay, so we have bingo 90 numbers or 75? See, of course, I'm gonna put one free. US bingo is fun. 90. Okay, we're gonna go for with the fifth, with the cinquina. Titolo live bingo, orario d'inizio right now. Winning viewer tag. Oh, you can win tomatoes that you can throw at me? Dad, you can win tomatoes that you can throw at me. You wanna do it? But I have to have also that one, viewer attack. Wait, I also have to have the other one. Adding. Copying. You can throw a viewer attack. Okay. Okay, we have that. Okay. Next. Okay. Oh, we're good. Okay, next. Okay, so there is like a bit, like this is becoming to be something with money. Chat. All right, hold on. I'll tell you what it is. We can. You do whatever you want. All right. Okay, so every time that there is a established bit donation, there's gonna start a mass attack with them. Okay, this is right. With the mass attack, for a limited time, all the objects are free. And you can start like throwing stuff at me all together. Okay. Okay. I want you can throw tomatoes. You can throw, what do you want to be able to throw? Tomatoes. Bananas. Kisses. Yeah, I'm gonna put it. Oh, there is global. Oh, you can throw more than that. Oh, there's more than that. Okay, wait. There's like global things. Or alarm. Oh, you can throw emotes. That's alright, that's okay.
Angelo Darko 8 just subscribed. Happy New
Angelo!
Year, G.
Thank you.
Peas, my girlfriend doesn't like your ASMR meistmal.
Shut up! She loves it. I know it. I know it. Let me show you. I don't have anything to... Okay. Look at what I have to do. Here. Okay. It's in Italian. I don't know why here it's in Italian, but it can also be in English. Maybe I have to change it. Wait. No. So we can choose the, like, things that you can throw at me. We can have the emotes. I don't know. I'll put also the emotes if you want to. I don't know what you could be throwing. These are not fun. The Uwo! Wait, where is this cam? Wait. Not this one. Oh, there we go. Oh, whoa! Is that a sound? I'm not wasted. Let's go. Do you want something else to be throwing at me? This one, you can throw it. All right. Okay. Activate. Set as over. Can I set it as an overlay? No, I don't want. Ah! How do I throw my extension? Don't I have to put it as a... Ah, no, I don't have to put it as an overlay. Sorry. Let's deactivate this. And install... No. Can I move it? Deactivate it. Oh, alright. And then I activate it by putting in component 2. No. What the fuck? I'm confused by what I'm doing. I'm confused. Viewer attack. We need the bingo overlay, right? Where can I put it? Well, I'm gonna put it in a panel. I'm gonna swiftly replace it with the one that we had before. Before we had a viewer geolocation, now we have the viewer attack. Now you see it there. I know. I'm sorry. This is taking too long. I'm sorry. So you will win tomatoes that you can throw at me. Okay. You win tomatoes that you can throw at me. And then we're gonna have it classic with just numbers, no? Or we can have Pokemon, Hearthstone, League of Legends, the bingo I'm talking about, anime, Dragon Ball Z, TV series, Simpson, nations, hobby and sports, like food. What about food? Course Plus is worth it? What's Course Plus? I cannot do multiple ones. Like we can do more than one? Oh, okay. We can do food. Let's start with food. I'm giving everyone one free. And then if you're a sub, you're also getting one free. Okay? Okay. Yes. You should all have it. You should all have the bingo thing. That bingo card. The bingo card. Get it. Coursera Plus. I don't know. I've never had it. Oh, we have a hype train also. You could be on a hype train and get more bingo things. Did you get it? Did you all have it? You have it? We're starting in 1 minute. Okay, we were talking about the food. Something that I realized, JJ, is that I It's 100 BDs for, yeah, for a new one. Don't get a new one. That you already have two, no? Karis, are you that... Karis, are you that ludopathic? Like, game addicted? Wait. How do you get the bingo card? It should be in the overlay. It's a fun man.
Kareen Yiku's just subscribed. Smell.
No, I don't like this. Okay. Karini, thank you so much for the 11 months. Welcome back. Hi. We're starting the bingo. We have 60 players. 61 so far. 62. Happy New Year. You find it? Happy New Year, Cat. Wait, I need a lipstick because my lips are killing me. Oh, I haven't been drinking water that much. I should drink more, I realized. This is the bottle of water that I... Okay. You will have one thing to do, chat, today. This, by the end of the day, needs to be over. This, by the end of the day, needs to be done. Okay? Okay, no. Okay. We're starting. 72 players. Yes, we're playing. Do I pick or like... Oh, I can also pick? No, I'm not gonna pick. So I was saying, JJ, that the... yeah, I can also pick, I think. I was saying, like, for me, like, I realized that the... I can go auto? Okay. Okay. I realized that... I put it automatic. It should stop by itself, right? It's never stopping! Okay, we got spaghetti. Alright, now it should be doing everything by itself. So I realized 10 seconds is better. To stop it. Silence. Oh. I realized, okay, now I can finally finish a fucking conversation. I realized that I eat the meat only if I don't see that it's from an animal. I am spoiled. Like I don't want to know which animal is it from. Like I get so stressed out. Like I get, you know what I mean? So like intestines, I don't want to know. Like I like the breast of the chicken, not the leg of the chicken. I know that it's something very, very, very for a spoiled person. I know that. Wait. Wait, no. Oh wait, no. Next year I can go to Machala. My sister works as a veterinarian in those places. Like my sister is the one okay, if you're in Italy, if you're not getting sick with meat, it's because my sister is also doing those checkups. You know, like she is the one that if an animal dies in a place, like if a cow dies, she is the one that has to go and check if like why did they die? Did they die because they were old? Because of that problem? Yeah, she's a veterinarian. And she's the animal was old, that one was sick, what happened? So like she's the one in charge for that. So like she sees a lot of like dead animals and like she goes in these places. No, we're gonna do it later, Nico. We just started. This is just for chit-chatting. we so like she sees a lot of animals dying, and she's like used to like going to these places. Imagine going far away in the mountains and getting to, yeah, I don't know. It just needs, it ticks manually by itself, I think. And every time that she goes there, there's these people that are giving her like pieces of meat. You know, like they're like, "Oh, thank you so much. Get it, you get this." And she's getting a lot of these pieces, so she's very good with it. Like she's cool, but I cannot. I really don't. You know. Oh, you just call it. You just have to call it. Like health inspector. Yes, health inspector for animals. One day I will be hungry enough. Most probably, Rico. Most probably. I'm just saying, so like so far now I'm being very spoiled on this. On the food. That's why I'd rather go like a bit meatless. You know? Like I think that this year I wanna go a little bit meatless. It's like my dentist brought back home a tooth. Did you notice? In English, you say dentist, but then you say tooth. In Italian, we say dentista, and then we say dente. Are we better than English speakers? Maybe. Crazy shit. Eating less meat is one of the best things you can do for the environment. I'm also trying. Yes, for the environment, to this. Not just for the environment. Yes, for the environment, of course, but also for myself. Like also for my own health. I realized. Dentist and dents. You see, you see. You're adding in random words. I am, Brando. I really am. Yeah, stomach. Is this gambling? No, it is not. It is not. There is no way you can. It is not gambling, right? Bingo is not gambling. No, I did a little bit. I dyed them a little bit. Oral hygiene, not dental hygiene. Because it's the whole mouth, no? Technically it is. But I would say that this is more on the arcade level. As long as you don't lose, you do lose a little bit. That's so good at it, really. This is grandma gambling. If you like it, we can do it like with stupid. That's the fucking okay, chat. If we were all an Italian community, this would be so nice. If we could have like this bingo, and I could send you stuff. Because now if you're in the I don't know in Australia, it's so difficult for me to send you anything. I know. Like gifts, you know. It's okay, JJ. I'll forgive you for this time, JJ. I'll forgive you for this time. Question. Is poker gambling? Because there's also some skills that you have to use there. Is it gambling?
Cinquina.
What the fuck was that? Did Joseph, was that Joseph saying cinquina? Who said cinquina? Who was it? Was it Joseph saying cinquina? How does it work? Anything that involves winning money is gambling. Then playing Fortnite is gambling. Because you win, if you go to a tournament, then you win. Only I heard it? Oh, the overlay says cinquina. No, poker is a sport. There you go. Poker is a sport. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Good job, Joseph. Yes. Good job, Joseph! Good job for Cinquina. Good job. Only games where you actually bet money each round is gambling, but joining a tournament with a fixed price on poker is not gambling. Oh, it's not automatic anymore. I have to stop it. Okay. Five in a row or a whole card, yes. We go to bingo. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you consider like gambling any game where you win money, then any game is gambling because anything you can go to tournaments and win money. Run away. The only thing is like you bet money to win money, but that's Rico. That's stupid. No, wait, hold on, Rico. The way you're putting it down there, then I could tell you. Well, then if you join a tournament where you have to pay to enter, and you maybe get money to when you win it, then that's gambling too. Like League of Legends tournaments, that's gambling too. No, right? That is not the way you describe bet, like betting. Yeah, I'm betting that money that I'm better than the others. Same in poker. Poker is a sport. How can I play bingo? DJ, next, as soon as we finish this one, you can join. Hi, Luca. When is sport not betting? Wait, let me check. Yeah, oh, you don't see my screen, right? Is poker gambling? It still falls under the gambling category despite its status as a game of skill. That's what I'm saying. Like, I personally consider like gambling something where you have no power. No, that's what I'm saying. Where you have no power. Like the roulette, that's gambling. You cannot have better skill at like spinning. Or like the roulette, that one. Poker, it's still... Okay. It's still into this gambling... It still falls into the gambling category. But, I don't know. Probabilities are random, but not your skills. Poker is not just that you join in and if you're lucky, you win. You could be the luckiest person and still lose in poker. No, it's different. It's not skills. In poker, you could be the fucking luckiest person and still lose. Russian roulette? No, I've never, DJ. Never. Sports betting, that is gambling. You have... I don't like it. I find it... It's still... for me, sports betting is more gambling than poker. Yeah, that's the point. You might be skilled at picking the right team, but it's still like a bit less. It's less in your power. Exactly, Gordon. Do you remember Joffrey, my friend? He plays a lot of poker. He's really good, but he learns and studies a lot on how to like play poker because poker is a lot about learning, like in the In the long run, a poker pro wins always. In short term, luck is a huge factor. Exactly, Tim. If you have bad luck in poker, skill doesn't matter. Yes, it matters because you could be realizing what the others are having as cards. I don't know, maybe a little bit like by seeing their face. You could be good at like lying. But isn't it like every time that you like participate in a tournament, you also are betting that you're gonna win? I'm betting that I'm gonna win. Okay, what if? Wait, what if? Hold on, Rico, hold on. That's a pay to enter. Yeah, exactly. So what if most of the tournaments in poker now are not like you bring like one person brings like 10,000, the other one brings like 1,000, that's it. What if? What about the tournaments? In the tournaments of poker, everyone has to put the same amount to enter into the tournament, and then your money is taken away, and they're giving you the fishes, and the fishes are representing what you actually paid to enter, but everyone has the same, and then you're all playing with the same amount. That is a pay to enter, and then you're not betting at each hand in that case, right? In that case, it's fine, right? I know, it's still considered gambling, but...
Bingo!
Who got bingo? Ooh! Is it 3 Monitor? 3 Monitor, is it you? I'm betting that my cards are better.
Bingo!
Ah! More bingos! Yeah, but also... Rico, then also when you're Formula Uno, you're betting that your car is better than the others. You don't know how they did their engine. Maybe their engine is way better. Still betting. I think so. To gaming tournament because you're paying to enter. In poker, you're paying to enter plus paying to bet in the game. No. I'm talking about only the tournaments when you pay to enter. That's it. They're in pay to enter tournaments. You pay to enter, and then you don't put any more money on the table. You can have the best car, but the driver is shit, you lose. There we go. Same. You can have the best cards, but if the player is shit, you lose. That's a sport. Exactly. That's exactly it. But the money you put in is still to bet. It doesn't matter. It's like tokens. Tokens. You're betting that there's not gonna be any problems to the engine. You're betting that. One more. And there's more than one person winning. If you enter a gaming tournament, you're not using the money you pay to enter to play the game. No, but it's like a token, you know? The game works on like saying, I believe this much. Okay. Oh, I make everyone winners. Everyone is a winner. All the 3 of you is a winner. The 3 of you are getting tomatoes. Thank you, Giovanni. Good job. Good job. Good job. Do you want to do one more? Sure we are? Yes, we're doing a second round. Hey! Who was this? This was that someone... Pieces of trash! Hey, yo! Stop it! Are you throwing them already, you pieces of trash? Can I... Go away. Get away. Okay, thank you. Money down on a specific thing. So in poker, in each hand, you're betting that your cards are better. And F1, you're driving a car which is not... I don't agree. Hey! Stop it! God! And throw it somewhere else. What do you want to do it with? Anime? Or... Hey! I don't agree that water is H2O. Rico, stop it! You don't have the truth. And that's a definition. I don't agree. It's different. I don't agree. Simpson? Simpson. Let's go with Simpsons. Complete. It's not big complete. Okay, is poker a sport? Poker clearly meets mainstream definition of... Who the fuck did that? Who the fuck did that? Who the fuck? Ciudade! Was that you? Your mom was in the room. I'm sorry. I'm so. Lady Signora Giovanni Rana, mi scuso per come si stanno comportando in questa chat. Quel suono non proveniva dal mio corpo, dalla mia bocca. È uno scherzo che mi hanno fatto in questa chat. Giuro che questa è una chat professionale. Grazie. By the way, wait, hold on. Let's start a new bingo. I'm starting a new bingo. I know, I'll give you more time to pick the bingo cards. I'll leave you 7 minutes to do it. Given that poker is an activity involving physical and mental exertion with a set of rules and customs where players compete against others, poker clearly meets mainstream definition of a sport. Is poker gambling? Let me open it. Gambling. Okay, the short answer is yes. Poker still falls under the category of gambling, which is what I said, but... Alright. Barbarossa, thank you for this 8 months. Which is what I was saying. Poker is gambling, but it's not such an easy answer. Because I said, like, the short answer is yes, alright? Poker still falls under the category of gambling, despite its status of a game of skill. Consider the Webster Dictionary, gambling, the practice or activity of betting, the practice of risking money or other stakes in a game or bet. Poker players of a skill level gamble every time gamble every time they play the game. For even the best players in the world, every poker session requires all players to gamble on whether they can win money from the other players in this particular session.
Bueno, vamos a ver lo que parece ser el tatuaje de un ornitorrinco.
¡Tu puta madre! Mocone, thank you for the 5 months with the Prime. I appreciate you. Waving to you. Any game that involves wagering on an outcome can be considered gambling. Poker, along with sports betting, are unique forms of gambling that also qualify as game of skills. You're like, Rico, you're exactly like my mother. You read the first line, you're like, I was right! Read the fucking article, all of it! If you're talented enough at poker or sports betting, you can turn a profit in the long run. Both poker and sports betting still involve gambling. However, and even at the best players in each category gamble every time they play. In poker, two players of similar skill levels could play the same number of hands and the same stakes and come away with drastically different results. What we're saying is that it's gambling. I'm not saying that it's not gambling. I'm not saying that it's not gambling. I'm saying that it's also a sport. That between roulette and poker, I think that poker is less gambling than the fucking roulette. Are we good? Yeah! I'm gonna punch him. Can I start the bingo? We have 97 players. Oh! Daddy, you got 2 more cards. You paid 200 biddies for it. Chat, you can get more chances of winning tomatoes by betting. By spending 100 biddies per card. That, see, Dada is a gambler. Oh, Bashmani sent me. Oh, Happy New Year. It's cute. So it's come to this. Yes, if you want to, you can bet. You can gamble. Hi, Gino. Hi. Happy New Year. How are you doing, Gino? Sorry, Chad. I was getting mad because of poker. You know? I like to throw. You said me. Thank you for the 100 minutes for this very steamy moment. You sent me something on Throne? What did you send me on Throne? Enemy. Enemy. Let's go on the slots. Let's change category and go on slots. What did you send me on Throne? Oh, 114 players this time. But remember, if you are a sub, you also get one card for free. So maybe you want to be smart, you know, and go for like you get one free plus you get the sub, which could be bringing you more things in the future. And then you can, I'm joking, do whatever the fuck you want. You're not getting anything. You're getting you're getting virtual tomatoes for this. So, some of your orders have issues. What issues do I have? No, why does my tea has an issue? What is the issue with this? Resolve the issue. What's the issue? Out of stock. No. Such. Every time. Anyway. No, what did you... New gift suggestion. View suggestion. Misurini? Is it a good one? Gaspa, is it good? By the way, Gaspa, thank you for the things from last year. Is it? They're good? Don't they get like, is there a different color? Or oro? Or oro rosa? There is not a different color? I don't want to brown a feel. Do you mind if I put the ones with the steelless? Love. Are we starting this bingo? 7 seconds. I wanna feel like I did that day. Take you to the place I love. Take me all the way. What is this? Is it not? I have to restart them. We ready? 5, 4, 3. How many people? 128. Okay, how are you doing it? Thank you. Ready? We're starting. Okay, let me put it in automatic. 10 seconds. Let's go. Why is Ziodade the chosen one? Why does it say Dade is the chosen one? What is the chosen one? Next IRL stream when? We have to think. What does it mean to be the chosen one? Next IRL. I really want to do them more often. I need to start organizing the ones for this year. I wanna start making like a very full organization for this year. I thought you knew. The people that is joining live now can spec the Dade. Okay. You see, they knew. The one watched from who has an card. Okay. You like the Floyd stream? I have to find another situation like that. I have to find another thing like that. I have to find like a situation with it, but I need like an animal for it. I cannot bring Jumbo. He doesn't walk. Does it have a name? The Rich Texan? Which one is it? The Rich Texan. He's always off, out on adventures. Not that much, I have to be honest. Like, when he's out, he's on an adventure. You know? We have to do the clip of the month. You're right. We have to do it. We do this, Rico, then we do the clip of the month and we announce the VIP. And then we... and then we do the video. Food was very good, Benny. Actually, you know what? Let me get some food. Be right back. Give me a second. Wait, let me increase the music for you since it's a good song. Be right back. Like, oh, too much. Let me put it back here again. I'll be right back. Give me this. I'm getting food.
No one told you life was gonna be this way.
How is the bingo going? I'll show you what I got.
Alessandro 2071 no just subscribe.
How was it?
Happy New Year.
Cinquina!
Got back in time just for the cinquina. Okay, I have two cups that are the same, so I'm gonna get so confused between the two. Ale! Ale, thank you so much for the 8 months. I appreciate you. And who got cinquina? Jera, you got cinquina?
Cinquina!
More than one. Okay, I'll give you the second. Kiki, there is a way to not have it on the pod. Okay, so I'll show you. I got some of the eggplants, the teriyaki eggplants that we did yesterday, that even out of the fridge is still good, and some caponata. Come on. There we go. Ari! Happy New Year, Ari. Yeah, Dade. Yes. My snack. With some... Happy New Year, Ari. Aria, is poker more or less gambling than the roulette? Opposite, actually, true. Okay. We have 2 winners. Both of you are winners. Yes. Bit less. There we go. Thank you, Aria, for supporting me. Compliment. Ari, are you hungover? Feliz Año Nuevo, Kotpa. Feliz Año Nuevo. Rico, that's exactly what I did too. That's what I was saying too. Stupid Rico. Oh shit. Oh. I have to go with this one. You're not? Ari, did you drink a lot yesterday night? What did you do in the end? You send me a video? Of what? Size. That's a very good point, Size. No, you don't play only against the other people. You also play against the house. Isn't it? In poker, though. In poker, you also play against the house, right? Oh my god, are you alive? No, I'm thinking about blackjack. You're right. I'm thinking about blackjack. You're right. You're right. I was thinking about blackjack. You're right. I was getting confused. You're answering only like this. Now. They were very much, Gaspa, very much. Yeah. No. You had the 50% for bingo already? So Tokyo, I'm eating what we did yesterday. So it's teriyaki eggplants and caponata. Okay. Aha. Ho tenuto. Is it caponata with just 1 pea? Really? Oh no, Ari. Did you sleep a little bit, Ari? Just a little bit? All the things you said, running through my head.
Ezilla just subscribed.
Zilla, thank you.
But I hope you had a happy birthday.
It really was. Thank you for the 15 months. Zilla, how are you? What did you do for New Year's Eve? How many are you missing? Another? I thought I saw it. -5, just 5. You slept a little bit. It was really good. We had so many. Milan went crazy with fireworks. Other friends sent me videos, and Milan went crazy with fireworks. Boom, boom. Oh, we did a lot of karaoke yesterday night. A lot of karaoke. You saw on Instagram? we sang so much, and I was scared that the neighbors would come complain, but in the end, like, we were pretty decent, like, neighbors. Like, we sang until like I still have my voice. That's crazy. We sang until like 2 a.m. and then we turned it off. But like, so from midnight till 2 a.m. we did a lot of noise, but then that's it. And they didn't complain. It was really nice. Pretty decent, right? Really, guys? That's weird. I think Jumbo went out and he was alone during New Year's Eve and he was just recording that. -3. -2. Do they scare you? Do. Rodney, does fireworks scare you? Neighbors were too drunk already. They're old people. There's like a building of old people. Jumbo came home like late, like 3 a.m. He came back. It looked like desperate. He was like, "What's up? What's going on?" It was rainy. And this morning he was like, "Oh, I think I got sick. If I don't get sick, I'm never gonna get sick ever." So this morning I gave him like something to be, you know, like vitamin C, those things. He went to get a hot shower and then he went to bed because he was exhausted. No. Not that I bought the teriyaki sauce. Is it that illegal, copy? How come is it illegal? Oh. But this is the best lunch ever. These two eggplant things with on a little crostini. Dream! Thank you, Frenchie. I'll give you some seconds so you can it's sauce. One away. I'll give you some more time to check on it. I'll give you some more time to check on it if you have it or not. Check among the things that among your cards if you have bingo. But automatic, but Rico, before we got 3 winners and they came like 5 minutes after the other. What, Nabi? This is bingo. Dream! Enjoy! Congrats! Congrats! Ah, you see, it was not automatic. Ah, what I'm eating? I'm eating some teriyaki eggplants and some caponata that I made yesterday. That I made them yesterday in live. Yeah, very healthy snack. Very light snack. Alright. Oh, so close. Okay, we have to watch. We have to give the VIP. Okay. Gaspa, I did it. And that's gambling, yes, Benny. That was gambling. So every month we do the. Wait, let me turn on some more light. This is not connected, of course. I'm not drinking water. Shit. So every month we announce the winner of the VIP of the month, which means it's going to be. Stop it, Dream! Don't you start. Don't you start. So, okay, where is it? This one. That I ran into it because I'm stupid and I don't. You know what I just realized? That all this... Fuck it. All this time, I've been... like, that's how I'm actually. This is how I am, actually. It's just been flipped all this time. I'm gonna keep it like this, sorry. Anyway, so we have to see who was the clip with the most views. What's your left hand? This is my left hand. Wait. Okay. Its angle is weird. Is that it? Okay. That's right. That's left. Shut up. That's left. Oh, who are you to tell me? Oh. I'm getting triggered. Anyway, let's see who was the clip with the most views of the last month. I should go top right. Beautiful, I would say. But I mean, whenever tomorrow makes me be there. All right, we got it. So weird that, but anyway, let's see which one was the clips. Which one was the top one? Are you ready? You ready to see who's gonna be the top clipper of the month of December? You ready to see that? They're gonna get the VIP for an entire month. The last one was from Monitor. What? I don't remember. Alright. Ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Metal? What is this clip? Wait, let me fix again the angle. What is this clip? Me throwing up? It's a clip of me throwing up? What do you mean? Oh! I cannot eat for 4 hours? What is this? Another spill? Oh.
Get a shower. Porca boia. Shower. Porca boia. Grazie. Oh, so good.
This is for the Urca Boia. This is for the Urca Boia. I realize. I don't want to open that one. I don't even fucking want to know where it went to. I don't even fucking want to know where it... This clip is leaving. This clip is fucking leaving us. What the fuck? Do you know what that clip was? Do you know what that clip was? Chat, to let you understand what does it mean to be on this fucking platform, I was on stream with a big hoodie, with a big t-shirt, all baggy, all large. I hope it's not that clip, Eli. Okay, no, okay. Big hoodie, big everything. Because you could see my nipple. Like you could see that I have it. Okay? Do you understand how fucking weird this place is? How, and it had 3K views? So I wonder where the fuck did they send this clip to? Where the fuck does this person send this clip to? Yeah, exactly. Wow! Women has nipples. Did I say the nickname? No, I sorry, you're right. My bad. My bad. I did not. My bad. You can maybe find more. Maybe I was probably did more clips at the same moment. I have nipples too. Are you a woman, Maftak? Are you on Twitch? Then no. This is fucking sick. I cannot even be with a huge hoodie and with a... I have no words. I have no words. And I remember that I saw like someone in chat wrote it to me also. Someone in chat even wrote, "Oh, nipples!" Like, oh, I'm leaving. I left and I went to change. Anyway, I'm. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how to fucking feel about this. I don't even know how to fucking feel about this. They won't be getting the VIP. Yeah, JJ, they will not get the VIP, exactly. Because, like, what the fuck? Let me eat to feel better about this. You know what? Before we continue to do all the other clips, let me check on all the clips that have been done during that stream. Let me ban some people. Filter by all. Wait. Let me.
31st is gonna be a very. I really. Where did he go? He went.
There we go. There's a clip of me realizing about the.
I'm gonna go change. Hold on. Weirdos, fucking weirdos.
You hear it? That was me when I realized. Should we ban this person that made this clip? I don't know if they did it like with bad intention. It was this person. Fucking stupid weirdo. No, wait, raid ban. I was raiding them. They're fucking living forever. And I'm removing this clip. I'm shocked. I'm sorry. I'm
31st. Where did he go? He went.
What do we do with this person? No, with the other one. There's another person that made the clip, but it's about me doing like when I realized maybe they didn't understand what happened and they clipped it to understand. No, but you know this one. This is like more. Maybe they did not. And the clip has like 5 views, so it's not like they shared it around. You think so? Let's see what they have. Let's see what they have in their chat. Let's see what they wrote in their chat. Is they being weird? No, it's not like he didn't say anything. He talks about startups. He's at the message from the person you banned, G. What? What? What did I do? Oh, they were in chat. He parkuso, Nika, you were even in chat? But you were in chat? They were in chat right now. They're a 3-month subscriber. They were in chat right now. They were talking about the bingo. It was from like 3 days ago. People are weird, he wrote. Maybe it was not them that made the other clip. Maybe it was not them. Well, if it's them, they're gonna do an unban request. And this one, I'm just gonna delete this clip. I'm not gonna ban the person that made that clip. Here, this one should be safe. How to make someone feel so uncomfortable? When the next unban live, I don't know. Sorry, I'm a bit shocked. I'm sorry. We have another clip. No. Top right. This one. This one is nice.
Wait, I need to make this chair a bit.
I should be
Ah!
the butterflies, but I'm empty.
Oh, that was louder. Gaspa! Gaspa, thank you. Thank you for the set of spoons from Throne from the wish list. I appreciate you. Sorry, that yeah, I'm deaf too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My scream was louder. Sorry. For me, it was very loud. Thank you for the gift from the wish list, Gaspa. I appreciate you. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for screaming. Sorry. Consider how loud it was for me. You made a clip of me showing my butt? Copy, that is not cool. Copy, that is so not fucking cool. Even if I was laughing at being stupid, I was not laughing at people clipping my butt. And the fact that you don't understand, it's even more worrying. What's the point of clipping? Like, you clip something because you want to see it again, or you want to share with your friends. Why the fuck did you clip my butt? Do you understand? That is not an excuse. It's not really visible. I don't know.
Hold on, IGT. Today we're doing some pottery. No, definitely the other way, definitely the other way, definitely the other way. Fucking falling.
By the way, I like my hair how I cut them, not how the hairdresser cut them. These are shit. My hairdresser cut these worse than I did. Hi, Kolish. We're looking at the most watched clips from my channel from the last month. What is Rico? Rico, don't touch her. Very call judge. Who's judge? I don't know what that was. I don't know. Anyway. No audio? Oh no, audio on the clip. That was very low audio. But oh no, the audio was super low. The audio was super low for me too. You couldn't hear shit. I'm sorry if now I'm in a bad mood, but now I wanna see you the clip that you did about my butt. Now I'm gonna see the clip that you did. Fuckity fuck. It was a cleaning run, right? There's not anymore. Let me see if someone... Shut up, G. Oh my god, it's so loud. Let me see if someone clipped my butt. No butt here. No butt here. No butt here. Alright. Oh, there's so many... Where was it? In the kitchen it was. Okay, listen up. I am... Butt clip. I found a butt clip. Thank fucking God that I wear always shorts under everything that I wear. Whatever I wear, I always have shorts under. Because if I didn't have the fucking shorts, this would have been a butt clip. Again. And look at how many people made the butt clip. Iparchuso made it again. There's so many. Minasa did it too. Copy did it. Hi, Matteo. Hello. There's so many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, but I think this one is also 12. 12 fucking clips on my butt. You tell me, chat. What do you think that I should do? What do you think I should do? Should I ban each one of these? Aren't you a little bit happy about it? Safa, you're getting fucking banned just because of saying something so fucking stupid. No, it's just like internet. It's just someone I generally don't know how to process the fact that people clip my butt. Like, I stand up and people clip my butt and I try to ignore that. But when I blatantly say, oh, fuck, and like, I know that I fucked up, and people that I also know in chat, like San Pope, Copy, Minose, other people that, Benjo, I'm calling you all out. Like, making a clip of my butt. And in this case, there you cannot see my butt because there is not, like, you cannot see shit because I have shorts under. But people that were like, oh, fuck, I missed the butt. Let me clip it so I can see it again. What the fuck? It depends on who did the clip. For example, who is always here just at tempo. No, if you're here, you should deserve the ban even more than the other, so you're supposed to know. Easy. Easy, what should I do, in your opinion? Time them out for a week only? I learned sometimes in here, and first I have seen of this, but couldn't some of the butt clips be by chance if you're doing something at the time other than butt there? I find it weird that they're all timed at the same moment. Like, I'll show you just the thumbnail so you do understand what I'm talking about. Like, you clearly say that it's the same exact moment. I'll show you, look. And if you want to go watch it, there is not my butt. So you can go if you're not, oh my god. You want to see the clip? It's not my butt. There is not my butt. Look at the thumbnails. You see they're all the same? They've been specifically, they're all the same. When you say it, of course, more people will try to go back because they were not paying attention. More of a reason to ban, to be honest. I don't get it. Did they publish it too, or they kept it for themselves? It's a thing you can, oh, it's like as soon as you do the clip, it's already like published. Oh, chips that I did it. But feet are different. Feet, I mean, feet, it's, but this is blatantly for my butt. This is clearly for my butt. Sure, total. Describe the issue with the butt in term of law. It's not a term of law, Matlag. It's not a term of law. It's not that. It's not that, Haramban. It's not a matter of law or like they did something illegal. It's not that, but it's like people that I don't want to have here. This is so not what we're bringing on this stream. Yeah, but Nico, even if it's not for like, even if it's not for like a share with other people, it's still bad. Yeah, we're talking about the fact that one day when I was like cooking, doing like a cooking stream, I had two camera and I forgot that there was another POV, and I like bent down to get something, and there is not my butt showing, but because I had shorts and other shorts on top of it, so you don't see anything. But I did like, oh fuck, you could see my butt from that, and there's like 12 clips from that situation. Are you angry because of the fake title or the behavior? What do you mean the fake title? Banned for a few weeks? No, Luca, I'm not going on. I'm not moving on. I'm not moving on. That's so stupid. You're not going to solve anything banning people. I am. I'm not going to have them in this chat. That's how I solve it. And for everyone who's here, they will know that this is not acceptable in here. What's the beef, Chiro? I'm insulting people that clip butts. Like, let me watch this clip. This is fine. This one is, I think this one is the incriminated one. Like, there is no butt at all. I mean that they didn't clip your naked butt. Still. No. I don't want it to make it like only mods can make clips. That's stupid. No, I'm gonna be fucking. But you know why I want to be so strong on this decision? You know why? Not because it makes me feel uncomfortable. Yes, also, like, I'm okay. Like, I'm a woman. If you're a woman and you've been on the internet, you're used to this shit. You're used to having, like, clips of you. You're used to having pictures of you taken without your consent. You're used to all of this shit. I hate it that we have people in here like this. It's like having your group of friends and there's someone like that in your group of friends. I don't want a friend like that. I don't want you to have to deal with people like that. I don't want you to have, like, to interact with someone like, maybe you just, oh, that person is cool, and then you find out the clip about a butt. They don't deserve fucking friendship. That's what I'm saying. They deserve help. That's what I'm saying. I don't care about, like, me having my butt. Take clips of my butt. Who fuck? It's a body. Everyone has a butt. Everyone has nipples. Everyone. It's like, it's horrible to have someone like that in here. When everything that we're doing is so not body related. Ah! Easy.
Easy, just subscribe.
You understand what I mean now, Rachel? You know what I mean? Easy, thank you for the 4 months. I don't know why it's so fucking loud. Wait, let me... sounds... Wait, open settings. I tried to save you. You can only ignore it? No, Luca, that's so stupid. You don't ignore these things. We have to stop thinking, oh, ignore this and move on. Nuh-uh. I don't ignore the things that I don't like. If I don't like something, I'm gonna stand up and say, this is fucking bullshit. This is stupid. I don't want to have to deal with this. If we keep saying, oh, it's okay, we're gonna... boys will be boys. Fuck off, boys. Karma, I appreciate you. Ignore the thing that they did nothing wrong. If you ignore, they're gonna be like, oh, it's okay. I got scolded. I got like, oh, no. Fuck off, boys. Alright, we're gonna ban. Oh, Kalma. Kalma, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Sorry, I'm sorry if you got it here, Kalma, while I was like going for this rant. I swear, I'm not usually that... Okay, I'm often mad, but not that much. Sorry, G. Okay, it's fine. Okay, let me just check I want to check on their. What do we do with the people that have been here for not again raid? Why do I always write raid? What do we do with the chatters that have been here for a while? Saint Pope has 466 messages and 2 timeouts. Their last message is, "You got something on your butt, right?" Three-month subscriber. They're out. They're out. They're out. Ban. And I'm removing this clip. Or how do I remove it? Here. Then let me put something like this. Oh, 7 for these stupid people that they're gonna need more luck. We have Malia. Copy, you're in there. Copy, you're there. Copy, you're in the group. 0 messages from Malia. You're out forever. Chat, what do we do with copy? What do we do with copy? I'm gonna leave you as the last one. And we decide together. Sunken Sun. Copy confessed. Copy confessed. Sunken Sun, 8 messages. They were voting on music, back, courses, university. I'll see you at the uni, Sunken. Minosse, coming from Nashira's chat. They're friends with Nashira. What do we do here? What do we do with Erminosse? $288 messages from Minosse. They have always been nice. Minosse never said anything out of the lines. And they wrote in chat 4K but. When they took the clip. Nico. Nico, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you.
Nico is a fresh one.
Pope was already banned. And we have to remove they took 2 clips. Pope, just to be sure that my butt was very well in the they took 2 clips. Frosty. Oh, you made a poll. 5 messages. Disco Pomodoro, why rerun? Is live ended? Okay, thank you. Julia, cleaning time. You're out, Frosty. I'll see you. Never. Oh, how do I do that? Wait, I cannot. Hey. Thank you, Judge. To you too. Where is it? User. Frosty, I'll see you in 2025 maybe. And deleting this clip. Anova. Another one. Four messages by Anova. Drop, drop, drop. Ah no, I got scared. They got gifted a sub by Womble's asymmetrical nipples. I know them, but it's banned. Anova, you're out. Banjo Cash? I know Banjo. I've seen them in chat. I remember their name. Hi, Diego. They have... Banjo has 7 timeouts and more than 1,000 messages in this chat. They have been in this chat for 9 months. And they wrote something like, you have a butt, unsubscribe the riot. Most probably because like they were making fun of that, but... Yeah, but we're not making it easier for them, Luca. Yeah, but I'm still gonna try to make it difficult for them. It's not like, oh, since they're gonna do it again, I'm gonna let them do. No! I'm gonna make it more difficult. I haven't charged since last year. Copy. You're seeing the chat, right? Someone's spirit thought for creepy. You're seeing the... It's never stop and whatever I do, I can try as much as I can. Chat, sorry, excuse me for 1 second. If you apply this thought, oh like, it's gonna happen again. We're never gonna change any fucking shit. Of course corruption is always gonna be there, but if no one fights it, of course people are still gonna go on wars, but if no one fucking fights it, what the fuck is this stupid mentality? Don't make me go mad. You cannot be, oh, the word is so bad, but I'm not gonna do shit about it because the word is bad. That's stupid. Yes, GG. Yes, G dummy, thank you for that. Thank you for the prime, I appreciate you. Right? And it's something, if something takes me this little, and maybe I'm not gonna do shit. Maybe they're gonna go and harass other people. I don't fucking care. But at least I do what I could. Like doing the differentiated, thing, like when you divide the trash. It's not gonna do shit. Let's be honest. It's not gonna do shit. You're not saving the word by doing it. By why not doing it? Yeah, it will keep happening, and we will keep banning. No, Lyrico, you're not gonna have fun today. We're gonna have a political stream. Alec, listen to me. Alec, listen up to me. Right now, I'm banning people because they're being weird for the clips they make. Are you sure you wanna keep spamming in chat? Can you whistle? Are you sure about that? Do you think that is the smartest choice that could happen into your freaking brain? Because I know that you're not gonna ask me because you're interested in people like whistling. I know that there's something else under. I'm not that dumb. Easy. Wait, the volumes are so low. Hold on. Easy. Easy, thank you for the 5. I appreciate you. Sorry for going for a rant. He's a whistling enthusiast and he wants to give tips on how to do it if you don't whistle well. Is it? My vision rates on a voice to the yard. They're like, it's better than yours. Gallo, you're an idiot. I'm so sorry. I'm having issues with the sounds. Gallo, thank you for the rated age. Thank you for the gifted one. People, you really don't have to. I just need you. Ah, Gimo! Gimo! Can I have a pong for Gimo? Oh my god. Oh, careful with the clips. Totally not me. What is this clip? If it's again my butt. Okay, true. Rico did a clip of my G shows her tonic booty, but this is me talking. Okay, if you ever... I know, it's... Gimo, listen to me. You might think this is nothing bad, but I don't like it. Can we don't do it, right? If you had the green hair and I told you, ha, you have green hair, you're like, can you please not mention my green hair? Thank you. I'd be like, okay, sorry, I will stop. Cool. Easy. I set one rule, one boundary, we aligned, right? Chat. If you ever think about, if you ever get your idea of like taking another clip of my butt, you can compliment chat. Yes, they're very narcissistic in chat. They would love it. Please shower them with compliments. Shower chat with compliments. They love it. Fucking maniac. If you ever think about like saying something about my butt, clipping my butt or something like that, remember this. Really. You don't hear fucking shit, right? But you don't hear shit. Why I don't hear shit? Because the headset was not connected. My bad. Really. I need a tonic booty. Listen, Ruji. Before getting a tonic booty, I need a booty. Before getting the tonic booty, I need to build it. I'm built different. I have no booty here. I gotta do it again. Listen, Ruji. Before getting a tonic booty, I need a booty. Before getting the tonic booty, I need to build it. I'm built different. I have no booty here. No bunda. It is tonic because I don't have it. No bunda. No bunda in here. It's about context. The strong powers are on my side. This is another person that needs to be banned, right? No, in this clip there is not my butt. Maybe they were too late. They were too late to clip my butt, so I'm not gonna ban them. They missed it. Chat, what do we do for Copy, Minosse, and Benjo? Can you have bingo while you perma most of the chat? You wanna be... I'll turn on bingo. I'll turn on bingo again, alright? You want to have a little bingo in the meantime? Fucking maniac. Because you like to play this game. How do I...
Bueno, el día de hoy vamos a ver lo que parece ser el tatuaje de un ornitorrinco.
¡Tu puta madre! ¡Perry, el ornitorrinco!
_headsander just subscribed. Happy New Year, friend.
Thank you.
You have a nice rest of stream.
I will.
Stand up for yourself.
Yeah! Hell yeah, Metal. Thank you for that. Thank you. No, Yoga, that's not happening. I can see you can see my butt from the mirror. Sorry if I have a butt. Fucking beer, you tried. Don't understand. You have news for your role on GTRP in the Epic server. I have news? Do I? What news do I have? What do I have? Let me change the music, by the way. sent me a video. I'm not gonna open it here, but the video says me crying because I hate tequila. Igino, maybe you're right, you know? Maybe you're right. I don't. I haven't been tagged anywhere. Oh, was it a question mark? Oh, it's a question. Sorry, Sasa. No, I don't have a news. Sorry. You're right. I believe in the jail system, right? I believe in not the one that we have right now, but I believe in I can change them. So, I would say I'll tell you we're gonna give a timeout to Copy, Minosse, and Benjo for a week. I can fix you. Exactly. For a week. No problem. Pee-pee. Everything you want, my chat. I got you. Nico, you're addicted. Nico, you need to find a solution for this. Yeah, I'll give it a bingo while we do this. Well, I'd give the... How much is in... is it in seconds, the timeout? What did I miss? Can I get a raise? I'll ban these people and then we watch the video, Rico. Can still clip and upload to third party? Stop it! Stop it, Tatwa. It has a maximum in seconds. What has a maximum of seconds? Ah. Why did you get... What did you do? Mario, did you get a tomato? What did you do, Tex? What did you do, Tex? Eh! So, how many seconds are in a week? Can I ban someone for a week? Chat 07 for Copy. 07 for Copy. They're leaving us pretty soon. How do I time out for a week? How do I time out for a week? Thank you, Gorgon. See, I'm not calling you Gordon anymore. Time out. Copy. Copy, I'll see you in a week. Last resort. Levitation. No breathing. No breathing. 07 is, do you have 7? You see that? If you write 07, you get this emote. You write this one. They will be back reformed? I hope so. Herminos, for how many seconds again? Okay. Timing out. Herminos. 07 for Benjo. I don't know if I should DM them about it, like, because maybe if they're not here, they won't understand why they've been banned. You know? What is this? Oh, Gasper, you're getting one more card. You want to win at this bingo, I see. We will deal with it tomorrow. How do I play bingo? You should have like a, I think here, like a little square. You click on it and you find like, no, I haven't, So Tokyo. You find like a little icon, you should be able to open it. Somebody was telling me somebody was telling me alright. You still have 6 minutes to join. And for me to finish my eggplants. It says to add it to your channel. Maybe you have to add it to your channel. And then you... Stop it! You don't have to add it. Oh! Ayato, thank you for the gifted one. Thank you for the gifted one to Matla Geek. Did you see that? Did you see that, Satwa? You're not getting me. You're not getting me. It's alright. Mickey, that is a caponata that we did yesterday in live. It is not lasagna in a mug, Emanuele, but I kind of want to know what... Hey! Alessandro! Hey! Who do you think you're dealing with? An idiot? Hi, Beltri. That is not lasagna in a mug, but that sounds delicious. And I kind of want to... think if I can do it. This is the new 07 and Giggle. I'm never gonna ban you for this. For asking for a raise. For other things, sure. Wait, let me... until sunrise. Okay. How do you play the bingo? You should have like a little logo here. It's written live bingo. Click on it. You join in. Just kidding. I think that maybe I can make it easier for you, maybe, chat. Let me see if I remove... I deactivated this. Now it should be better. Try to refresh, maybe. You should see like only that. Only that. Or here. Up there. Top left bingo, then top left. I don't freaking know what it is. Does it have to be an... Oh no, it's an overlay. I'm stupid. It's an overlay. It's an overlay. Oh, 3 minutes to join. 3 minutes and we have 82 players. 82 players. The less people there are, the more chances there are to win. 82 is not many people. So if you want to join, there's still time. Fresh pizza, Napolitan style. Ooh. Scarpy, you're gonna win tomatoes and then you can throw at me. Irresistible. Irresistible present. You have to do nothing mostly. It's just more like the more cards you get, the more chances you have to win, and you're winning tomatoes. Irresistible win. Price. The VIP of the month is gonna be Metal. Metal got the VIP of the month. Irresistible. You do not. It's automatic. You don't have to do it. You just have to click on bingo. When you have bingo or cinquina when you have 5 in the same row. Christian, I don't think it's the right bingo. I don't think it's the right bingo. Oh, that's a nice emote, Arcantos. How do you know if I'm in? You should see like your card maybe? What do you mean it doesn't work on your screen? What do you mean? 1 minute and a half still to join. We're gonna go play with the flags, and I need you to say if you are from the specific country. Screen is broken. No, Joe. Unfortunately, I'm not even working on the field that I graduated in now. I'm a streamer now. There's no option for me to click. To click what? Everyone should get one free card. If you're a sub, you should get another free one. So you have like 2. And then you can purchase more with 100 BDs. A bit, but Choco, how come? That's not how it works. Do you see it? I don't know. Do you see cards chat yet? 30 seconds. 38 seconds. To understand how this game works and to get your freaking card. Hey. Oh, you're getting one more card, Angel. You're feeling, you're feeling like a little bit lucky today. Live bingo. Good. So what you're doing now, do it needs your degree? No, Klaus. At all. In the end, it doesn't at all. Like, my degree is like data science for digital marketing. So, Beta, you got the VIP, by the way. I don't know if you noticed. Good job. Your clip went crazy good. Would you love to apply to a company, or do you prefer to proceed with your streaming career? I am enjoying where I am right now. You're working as a data scientist, Nico? Really? What are you doing right now? The fuck? Yes, your clip that was called last 30 days. Why are you throwing up? Your clip that is called Why You're Throwing Up, and there is sounds of me like throwing up, got 4.7 views. 4.7k views. I don't know where you shared it. I don't know what kind of kink that is behind me throwing up, but I'm not gonna question this time. You didn't remember about the clip? People remember though. We are 129 players right now. Ready to start? We're going. Yes, for real, right? CCN is the chosen one, so you're gonna be seeing their card on your screen. If you didn't get any, it's impossible. It's impossible that you don't have any, but I'm a digital analyst in a huge company, and I found your About Me very interesting. Oh, manage time this way could be so smart. Yeah, Joe, not today. Like today, I'm chilling. We're playing games. We're relaxing. But I don't know if from tomorrow. But we're gonna be doing some co-working in the. That's the main thing that I do. Maybe I can win. You got this. I look so much. What do you mean? I look so much wiser. It's the age, you know. I got older. Yesterday was my birthday, and I got a bit all smarter. What's wrong with chilling and relaxing? What's wrong with chilling and relaxing? What's wrong with chilling? What is... Does chilling have a different meaning that I don't know of? What do you mean I was not doing it? Ah, chilling. Ah! I forgot. AI assessment? I'm not studying. I'm not studying. Like I graduated. I forgot about that moment. I forgot about the hour of me ranting. No, venting. Evening co-working streams? Yes, Italy. If we get back to the 1k subs, we go back to having like late night streams. Hey, Macarena! Angel, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Welcome back. By the way, we got to the 10 dates, right? So, well, we have the we have to play Detroit. So, I did take AI classes. Rico, I'm gonna punch you in the face. Rico, I'm gonna punch you. No, but okay, so we do this last bingo card. Then we get we watch the video that Rico did with all the clips from 2023, and then we ottime palle already. Cinquina. Cinquina. I'm at 1. I'm at 0. What? Nice balls. Okay, let's go on with the bingo. Wow. Good job. You must be very unlucky in love. We're playing bingo, Ale. Nice balls, good job. You cannot even see them in chat? Maybe they're not even in chat. Something wrong, JJ, there. Right there. Happy New Year, Ale. Happy New Year. Unlucky in love. That's what we say. Do you say the same? Yeah, no, JJ, good job. Yes. Broken keyboard, fix it. We're gonna give them the time to fix it, right, Satu? Still at 0? You're lucky in love, Joga. That's how it works. They told me this. Wait, let me go pee while you do bingo, right? I'll be right back. I'm also getting a hoodie. Hold on. I'm gonna go back like this. So no clips to my... No clips to my butt. Touch the butt in the fucking mirror. I wanna see that. I wanna see who fucking clips again. You wanna see feet? There we go. Feet with white sock pieces of trash. There's a hoodie. This one. Clipped! Stupid. Ciao, Jennifer. How are you doing, Jennifer? How was your New Year's Eve? How was it? Chat is more into ankles? Chat, get better. Ah. Oh, big hoodie. Let's go. Still drunk? Can someone please bonk Mickey? Mi chiamo Jennifer. Bonk me like you do, Baba, bonk me like you do. Wake me up in time. Wake me. Ottime palle, you didn't do bingo yet? Happy New Year, Jennifer. I thought, thank you. Bring me to life. Still no bingo? You're at 1? Ooh, big prizes. You're getting big prizes if you win. Big prizes. How is bingo a cruel game? Can I pick one? Can I pick? Dream, you were so close before. Oh, you won before, right? You won, so shut up. Impressive if you win, but you get a ban if you butt clip. Gorgon, life is so unfair. Life is so unfair. Shit. I only have 9. Are you dad in such a bad situation, chat? Sooner or later, it's over. I just wanna curse you right now. Don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand when everything's meant to be broken. I just want you to know who I am. I use the colors. Wait, what is this? I need the lyrics. When everything feels like the movies, yeah, you bleed just to know you're alive. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. It's meant to be broken. I just want you to know who I am. Alright. Okay, I did enough. We did enough. Sorry, that was a very good moment. And you bleed just to know you're alive? Holy shit. Good lyric. What is... Never going to a hairdresser ever again. Look at this. Never going to a fucking hairdresser again. I did better. Almost looks like a heart. Like a very weird shaped heart. That would have been worse. No! Click on Cinquina, Sefo. I know nothing because someone already did Cinquina. What do I think about flags? Do I have a favorite one? I don't. Do you have a favorite flag, chat? Yes, Kairos, that's exactly what you're gonna win. Valid! Fuck it! Oh, Zugwandre! Zugu. What the fuck did I read your name? Zugu Andre. Good luck. Good job. Zugu, are you here? Are you from an Ashira stream? Zugu, Andre, are you here? -1. Ciao, Zugu. Good job. You just won tomatoes. Hey! I'm fucking faster. You have to be faster than that. Meant to be broken. Anyway, now we have a video to watch. Who I am. So Rico made this video. At least you got your country flag. Rico made this video with all the clips from JTaz and Joiner. Ah, JTaz or Kami? Or sorry, Nashi. Where are you from? Oh, Chacha made a new video. Anyway, my videos. Enjoy your walk, Gorgon. We have a video with the best clips of 2023 from JTaz. Okay, so then you also know Nashira a little bit. I don't want to know. Okay, we're gonna watch it all over, like all of it. Here we go. Dad, I don't need an apartment anymore. I found house. Hello.
Jeremy Renner had an accident while he was driving. Oh, okay. Occhio di falco. The guy with the arch.
Okay. No clue. Wait. Let me show you my salsa skills. I don't even know if this is salsa. I don't even know if you should dance salsa to this, but this is... My microphone is kind of quiet too. And then you go up, and then you go up. And you And the last one that I want to put out is about... Am I dumb? Yes. Alright. Oh, wait, I was actually wondering why is... I was wondering why were you writing yes in chat? And I was like, did I ask a question? Wait, this is... No, it's not me. You are me. I go... Police, but wait, was it illegal? Was it illegal? Hey, yo, are you... Hey, yo, wait, what the fuck is going on? Are you an illegal one? Oh. No, it should be better. Stop it! Stop!
If you are Italian and then you get maximum degrees, which is sometimes the 110 cum laude, which is Latin, just remember that ATS try to filter for bad words. Yes. Don't put
Hold
spam.
on! I'm gonna check my... I have to check my CV. No, Jen, you're so close! It's just a synonym! A synonym! Give me a synonym to reimbursement. Mangialo adesso, è tutto è tutto sbausciato. Spera, do you want a piece of... Wait, there was a piece of broccoli already. Here. Spera, why, do you want this? Wait. Ah! Zio Pinolo! Cristo santissimo! Idiota! No! No, non distrusciare sul broccolo. Chiudi l'occhi! Bam! What is your favorite ice cream flavor? Or as someone else in chat would say, what is your favorite ice cream flavor? No, not again. Reading this. No.
Time,
No.
please.
No.
I can't
No.
take it
No.
penny more.
I don't care. Mi casa. Excuse me. Sure. Grazie. Love you, mama. Love you. Sto par di palle. Ah, I love these pens. Yeah, perfect.
Yes.
With the music under. No?
Wait,
I
I'm
dance like an
playing.
old, I dance
Oh.
like an old person at the festival, you know, like. 69. Oh my god, oh, you're so edgy. Oh my god, 420. Anyway, and then when he does like the. I was trying to do it.
Did you see the,
I was
did you
in
see
the
move
kitchen
right
trying
there?
to.
Did you see that move?
I lost it. I lost it. Oh no, I got it. I'm an independent. Was this the first stream and how do I get it out here? Am I going to do a meetup at TwitchCon G? Like Chad, they asked me. Nothing. This is because they told me that I was going to be an ambassador. Okay. They told me that I was going to be an ambassador for Twitch, and I was going to spoil it to the chat. I was going to tell them that I was going to be. Like, I didn't hear this song. Did you put this song under Rico? Rico, I didn't realize it was this song.
Lucky,
Roma, I miss having long. I miss having long nails. Oh no! Wait! Can you see it from the screen? No, you cannot see it from the screen. Okay. The people on the chat go me. The people in the chat go me all through the day. Announcement is coming up today.
My announcement?
No, mine announcement.
But in Italy we say come and vote.
Okay, what were you saying to me?
I have a job.
Come and vote! Piece of trash, go away.
You can trust me. And if
Look at the
one day
face.
you
Wait. You have to see the face of me. Like when he says you can trust me. Look at my face. Remember, this is the same person that did not pay the bills for like 5 months, and then we got with no electricity. Look at this.
You can trust me. And if one day you will have a stalker, this stalker will be me.
It's the potatoes. Oh, something is burning. Do you
Oh
have
my
fire?
god!
Look at how different my room looks without anything in it. Did you burn it?
In chat.
No, I'm tired.
Say
You
like
were just saying that I have to stop doing things.
one tomato, Julia.
You were just saying that I have to stop.
A slice of tomato. A slice. Like 15 minutes. So I can masturbate myself. Sorry!
Le baguette de poisson.
Are you Italian or are you
Nanni.
English?
I'm English.
No, you're Italian, so speak Italian.
Speak Italian.
Соло колбасер по пояс голый.
Okay, no, that's enough. This is going away.
20 seconds. Oh my god, that
Welcome to Watch Mojo. Here are the top 10 cringe streamer moments on Twitch.
So
Every
good
streamer
doing
talks
this.
to a wall and goes crazy.
Right, we're missing the old ones. What is this one?
What I love about this question is the number 36.
It says like, hello, I'm a 25-year-old male who has slept with about 36 different people since 17 years old. Okay?
Because you did great. No, I'm joking. No, because
Me singing because I think, oh my god, the IRL is now finally working. Everything is not lagging. Fun fact, everything crashed 1 hour later. Hold on. But hello everyone. Today I will be painting with you. I'm Booba Ross, and today
Were
we're
you there
doing
for
clouds.
Booba Ross? Were you there?
I said I'm going to the Knot Fest, which is the Slipknot.
Tell me architects.
I don't fucking care. I like my favorite band, or not.
I'm very delusional of you.
You're very delusional for sure. Let's go. Alright. Ooh, Arif.
Just subscribed.
Ooh, Arif.
2024 is gonna be our year.
Yes, it's
Keep
going to
spreading
be.
good vibes.
Thank you,
Less than
Arif.
3.
I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Thank you for the 7 months with the Prime. Welcome back. Yes, you are delusional. I'm sorry, you're delusional.
No, I didn't know of you.
You're delusional.
Disappointed, yeah, disappointed, sorry.
Today my voice is super low. I like how I was dressed there. I like how I was dressed there. People, I'll check in with you in 45 minutes. Hey, wait, no! Bring me say hi, sorry. Job for don't make me mad. Job for...
E se prendiamo fuoco, corri perché te ne do tante.
You don't see my baguette? Okay, there we go. I'm joking. What? When did I do that? When did I do that? I didn't remember that. Sweet. Sweet. Nice. That was nicely to love you. It was lovely to meet you. Chad, there's a man staring at me. Oh, wait. I'm not even... To see this, I have to go here. I'm fucking joking. You see?
Do we all dance? Huh? No, just Rico.
Ok.
Oh. Bungee jumping! Ti piace il cazzo sì, soprattutto con tuo padre. A posto. I don't have the power! Ferma lì. Kill them! W-A-W-B-S-D, porca voglia! Ce l'ho cosa dai! Zero coordination!
Morales is equal 67 just subscribed. Gracias a admit 74 por mi subscription.
Morales, thank you for still being here, and Mira, thank you for the gifted one to Morales, so they can keep watching this without any freaking ads. Anyway, bottom left maybe for a second, just so you can watch this. Put Aria under me, no? Wait. What do you mean can I put Aria under me? No?
I would love that. I'm sorry.
No foreigner. Wait, let me put... No, here. Lucky. Brave face.
So sad.
3 people, no
We
foreigner.
lost.
Wait, unlucky. Brave face.
So sad.
3 people, no
We
foreigner.
lost.
It could have been a good... Anyway.
Julia.
Nothing. There's another video. What happened? What was I... Oh my god, that face, G. What was I trying to say? Oh, they're throwing the things here. Wait, right here. They're literally here. Literally in front of my window. Do I want... I was checking for porn. You true. Wait. There's another video. Do you work out? Do I work out? That's my favorite question now. Do I work? Oh my god, I look huge when I do that. Oh no. Oh. I'm glad hurts me to
Do you remember
watch.
the plant that I showed you? Like the leaves were falling off, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't.
What? Child, I miss working out.
Really? Do you use a Q-tip to clean your belly button?
Look at this wifey material, chat.
I lost those.
Oh,
pens.
I have
don't
an
know where they
offer
are.
for you. Do you want to get in a call? Like, you know what? Let's get into this call.
shit.
Let's see. And they didn't send me, so I lost a job for them. Oh, maybe it was you, Gabber. Oh shit, maybe was it you? Gabber, hold on.
You didn't see, but the water went out of my nose. You can see that I'm a bit. Sorry if I'm cutting short today, but I'm gonna be. She's gonna get mad. She's gonna get so mad. I'm gonna get. I'm catching. I get it. I got it. I see it. Bye. Bye. The confused face.
Is it dirty? No, dirty.
Tatu, what's up? No, you're screaming because my mom was talking.
It is not dirty. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that shadow is. Oh, sorry. I just realized the close up to my feet. I'm sorry.
Oh no! The side eye! I know something's coming. Look at both of them. He's less. Look at him. It's like, what the fuck is this lady doing?
You can get a 6'4".
Oh, the 6'4" perspective of Sergey.
Perspective from what's going on, as opposed to like a 4'6".
Do me a favor. Do a favor. You wanna meet me? You can come meet me on the 13th of November. No, not meet me. Don't meet me. Not meet me. Allora, Coppi, devi smetterla di dirmi che cazzo fai.
Vieni qua.
Rossella della nostra fare questa conversazione dove dici fai questo, fai questo, col cazzo. Col cazzo.
This is 300, love of my life. Yes, these are 200. This is another one, another 100. So it's 300.
We don't know math.
Fuck you. Suck my dick, please.
We don't know
Sorry,
math.
guys. I'm not an elegant lady.
Giulia,
Sono in live.
sì, volevo chiederti una cosa. Mi hanno scritto
Bilibella.
quante bilibella socialmente utili servono per cambiare una gomma? Solamente una, ma la gomma deve voler cambiare. Che significa?
Che sei simpatica, Billy. Che sei simpatica. Do I want to play League of Legends? Do you think that I have the mental stability for League of Legends right now? Actually, yes, I do. I'm tilted, I'm toxic, and I hate everyone.
I want to burn this fucking house! And I'm gonna do it!
Have you ever met her?
Yes!
Bitch, son of a bitch.
No, no!
Puttana zoccola.
This is Italian, girl. Don't speak Italian. È un po' troppo! No!
Ah, sorry.
What was that?
I don't know. Just lemon juice. or
Raining, man!
No.
Don't touch me!
Julian, thank you so much. Let me. That was a good sniffer. It smells good. I missed that. Wait, I have to find the other stories. Sorry. Fuck, I'm so sorry. But you see, no boobs. No boobs for me. Where are the boobs?
You have to follow Manuxo,
Give
go
me
to
the
the replies,
boobs.
and then you have a lot of hard nipples.
Bene, è arrivata
Ah,
l'ora di raggiungere
altro
le
by
mie amiche
Alessandro
stelle
Ita.
per illuminare il cielo notturno.
Come vuoi, Luna?
Ah.
Ma prima di andare, non vuoi cantare la canzone dell'arrivederci?
Arrivederci.
Certo, con molto piacere, Bert, con molto piacere.
È stato
divertente
giocare in allegria.
C'è un solo inconveniente che il tempo vola via. Addio, addio,
amici, addio. Noi ci dobbiamo lasciare. Ma ehi, io dico che è ok.
Io non vedo l'ora di tornare. Not too bad.
Ritornare.
Not too bad for like tornare.
Addio, addio, amici, addio.
Addio.
Venite domani da noi. La luna e l'orso nella casa blu torneranno per giocare con voi. Qui con voi. Qui con voi. Ciao ciao Luna. Ciao.
Chat, can I have claps in chat for Rico that made this recap of the 2023? Rico, thank you so much. Rico, I really appreciated you for this. Thank you for doing this. And Ale, thank you for the outro. È stato divertente giocare in allegria. C'è un solo inconveniente che il tempo vola via. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Rico. Thank you. Hey, sit. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Now you know what we're gonna do, chat. Now you know what time is it. It's time to... Wait. Hold it. Wait. Wait. Wait, where the fuck it? Ah. Here. This. Ready? It's time for this. It's time to see what my computer can do, to test the limits and break through. We have to see if my computer can work with Detroit Becomes Human. We have to test the limit. No, wait, it was not too bad, Dream. It was not too bad, come on. Yes, you can publish it. You can publish it, Rico. You can put a best clip of study time 2023, and maybe we can do like a nice thumbnail. Thank you, by the way, Rico. I appreciate you again for that, really. Ah, you know what game I've been trying? The Finals. Have you tried it? Have you tried it? There's the limit and breakthrough. Na, 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 and not to me. I'm free. Let it go. Let it go. I'm stupid. Chat, I might be dumb. You wanna know why? You wanna know why I'm stupid, chat? We're currently at 1 giga out of 51 gigabytes to be downloaded. Just 50 more to go. Just 50 more to go. It's okay. No, 2 gigas. 2 gigas. Easy, easy. We wanna play Uno? I know we can play solo. I played solo the other day. Apparently it's not messing up, right? I feel like we have a very strong internet here. In case I stop it. In case I can stop it. Watch this. What is this? Sorry, chat, but when Arya tells me to do something, I have to do it. Now we watch it. All of it. Hi, Killer Cross.
The snow glows white on the mountain.
I thought it was Ari. I thought it was you singing. Ari, I thought it was you singing. Ari, I thought it was you singing. What the heck? Only 10 hours to go. Yeah, easy. Easy peasy. You would never watch me. Watch. We're already at 6. We're already at 6. Okay, let's do this. Okay, hold on. Are we still in bingo category? By any chance, because I'm stupid and I forgot to move it. Nothing to be seen. And isolation. And it looks like I'm a king. You changed it before? Thank you for changing it. Let's just do it one more bingo. Okay? Also because like I'm trying to drink this, all of this by the end of this stream of today. We're gonna be playing some more bingo. And then it's gonna be ready. It's gonna be super ready. Because we are already at... we're already at 10. We're already at 10. Easy. Easy. Control me, can get to me. But how did some people got it for like... some people got... temi personalizzati. Wait. How did some people... Ah! If we get to 2000 biddies used on the live bingo thing, then we can get more personalized bingos. Right now we have 400. Let's go with animals. Test the limits and break through. Na na na. And let them hit. Now what they know. Should I be mean? I will not be mean. I will not be mean. I'll give you all one. I'll give you all one. Yes. And if you're a sub, you get 2. Or should you all have the same? See you soon. No, giving you that. That bigger. Let's play a bit of bingo. Venghino, signori, venghino. Nuovo giro di bingo. Bingo. Disney bingo. We cannot do it. I'm not mean. I'm not mean. When was I mean the last time? You know how to do it. You know how to do it, right? Just out. We are 20 already. We're 20 giga already. Finished this one. We have Detroit. Since Rico was making fun of me, Detroit becomes human. I'll go pee. Be right back. CD player. Why do we have CD like that? What is CD? No one ever used the word CD, Jaffer, in here. That's how we found out about that emote. 66 people. Can we have 3 more? Can we... 3 more? Just 3 more. 3 people more playing bingo. 67? 2 more? 2 more people? Just for no reason. 69. Done. Don't play. Don't play. No one else play. No more. Hey. 70. Who the fuck ruined it? Who ruined it? Who ruined it? And now you have to get to 100 at least. Come on, you have 5 minutes. I don't know who that person was. 32 gigas. 32 gigas. Whoop whoop. 32 gigas. 32. I'm gonna put the thing at 5 seconds, by the way. 169, yes. Yeah, 32 giga, 34 out of 51. I told you, it's pretty fast. 5 seconds, yeah. Gonna have a very quick, a pretty quick bingo. And then we play Detroit placement. Do I need the joystick for the Detroit? Let me check. Joystick is better. Last night is catching up with me? Why? Okay. I had fame. Let me see if I can connect it with this one. Even though this choice deck is kind of complicated. Let me see. Oh no, don't fall. There is only one USB available and it says BIOS. I don't think that's the one, right? Let's see. You want to play Detroit, but I also want to watch the stream. We can play it together. No? Maybe it is will work. We'll see later. Is it me? It's a bit lagging. I hope. Like 46 giga. Ciao Lapo. Come stai? How was your New Year's Eve? What is that, Angelo? It's an Akon one. It's an Akon. 92 players in bingo. 92 players for bingo. Venghino, signori, venghino. The last game of bingo. No, it is not. What do you mean, Yogi? 50%. We don't even need bingo. Chat, I'm starting in at 2 minutes, okay? No, I'm not waiting for the whole 2 minutes, okay? When it's in 10 seconds, we're gonna start the bingo. So join now or join never. Join now or join never. Nimbo! Thank you. Nimbo, thank you so much for that. Happy New Year to you. I hope you will have a great year. You deserve it. We're gonna see all together. By the way, did you hear the new song by Blink? It's so nice. This one is so good. So fucking good, chat. It's so nice. Really? I hope so. I hope for you so, Limbo. Proctors. And this song, Doctor? Angel, too late. Angel, too late. Where? What point? Is it him singing all of it? No. Is he singing all of this? He is. Can he sing always? I really like it. I really like him if this is him. I don't hear you miss me. You say goodbye. How come that? What happened? Oh, in the final part, not now. What, Angelo? Michele already did Cinquina. Congrats. Next. Good job, Mickey. You get into what do you get when you do Cinque? You get like tomatoes? Dot! Well, Dot, to be honest, you learned something from that, didn't you? Everything was your choice. Everything was your choice. Even if the year started badly, it was because you chose to drink. And you choose to be in that fight. Maybe you can learn from it, you know? It's a very good way that you can start and be like, you know what, I'm changing this. Last year, I started in a very shitty way, and I learned from it. So much. It got me to have to learn so much in this year and be better this year. And I didn't have to experience that anymore. There is one special one more time in the final part that is different from the other one more time. Really? When? What happened, Nico? Ah, in here, okay. I got scared. Wait, was it already there? Wait. This one. Okay, it's the second one, right? It's the second one. So good. Song is so good. Lotte, you don't know if you're the right person? Maybe she's not the right person for you. Don't. Lotte, I'm gonna be a bit strong on you, maybe. You decide who you want to be. If you think that you're not the right person for her, but you want to be, then you could be. But if you don't want to be, to change at all in any single little thing, then go away. But there's nothing like, oh, I'm hurting her. Yes, you're deciding to hurt her. Up to you. Sorry if I'm being mean. But it's because I don't want you to continue the 2024 like this, okay? Okay? Detroit is ready. Detroit is ready. No bingos yet? No, you have to click on bingo chat to get the bingo. Don't miss out. Check your cards. Check if you have a bingo. You have to click on bingo. -3? I keep biting my lips. I don't want to leave her. I think that leaving her may hurt her more. Dr. Mora, sometimes when we are on drugs, sometimes when people are addicted to drugs, leaving the drug might hurt the person more, right? It's gonna, not more, but it's gonna hurt them. It's gonna feel like insufferable, but it's for the best. Again, don't play the thing of like, oh, but I'm doing it for her. You're not doing it for her. You're not. Sandro! You're here. You're not even saying hi, Sandro. Anyone else with a bingo? Hi, Sandro. Why you sad? You won. You won tomato soup you can throw to me. Congrats. No, but Dot Mora, there's no fucking bullshit. Like, don't bullshit yourself or your girlfriend. You're not doing it for her. No. That's it. Like, Sandro, it's a digital tomato. You don't even need strength. Hey! Ah, you tried better. No. Ah. Thank you for the... Happy to have you here, Sandro. And, but just that thought, sometimes we just tell each other bullshit. I hope you don't. And don't go for the whole thing of, oh, yes, I am doing it for her. Scarf. Alright? You might think, oh, I don't want to leave her because she's gonna get so hurt. She's gonna get more hurt if you stay with her and you leave her like after years and years and years. And it might not hold it. Hold on. It might lag. Yeah, no, shitter compilation is I'll stay still, chat, okay? I'm not moving. No, it's not F. It's not real F. It's just lagging. Chat is still going. Chat, you're still going. Yeah, no, you see, no. Detroit cannot be played. Not here. No, chat. At least I have to try to do the shader before. Wait. Okay, I closed it. No, okay, no, not Detroit. Not Detroit. Detroit, because like it has to install all the shaders. We can do it later. Yes, Nailpesh! Yes! It works! I just have to like do some checks and test and try, but then we downloaded that game for no reason at all. But I'm gonna install a game that is gonna take like 2 seconds to install. Because I did download it. Where the fuck? Where is it? Ah, with a T. 20 gigas! We're waiting for 20 gigas again. I just don't want to think about anything now. That's why I drank a lot yesterday. The stupidest shit ever, Dr. Morra. That's stupid. You're running away from your problems. I argued with her and didn't want to think about it, and I thought alcohol might solve it, but I got only worse. Like during the countdown for the new year, I was on the bathroom floor. Yeah, that's a stupid choice. Detroit not being human. I'm trying. I'm sorry if I'm being a bit too like. But someone needs. That was the stupidest decision ever. You don't run away. You don't run away from your decision. You're hurting someone. You're hurting your girlfriend right now, and that's it. You have to accept it. And you're not the good person here. You could also not be the good person, but not even the bad person. Not being in love with someone. It's not like. It's nothing bad. Like, it's okay to fall out of love with someone, but it's not okay to, like, play them. Welcome back, Name. Yes, I fixed the PC. Do you want to do something? Do you want to play together? I'm gonna play 10 dates now. You want to do something later? Are you back home? Did you understand, daughter? Stop playing with her. You have two choices. Not that you don't have many choices. Either you suck it up and you get better. It's not like you stay with her and you make it work somehow. You suck it up and you become better for her. And you fix the things that you have to fix so you can fit that relationship because you believe in that. Or you just close that chapter and you stop hurting someone even more. Two choices, not more than that. It could be difficult as much as you want, not that much. All right? I know it might be scary, especially for you. You might think, oh, I don't want to hurt her. You're hurting it even more. All right? Understood? The truth. What's the truth? It's not, don't blame yourself of falling out of love. It's fine. It's completely fine. Everyone does. My name Pesh, how was your New Year's Eve? How did it go? Hi Zeta. Hello. I wish I could be better for myself, but I feel so useless sometimes. Up to you. Up to you. It's like saying, oh, I wish I was in a better shape. Do you really? If you wish to be in a better shape, you can. An horror game? Chat. I don't know what it could... I don't know if we have any more... Oh. Hola, Carnes. We've been playing some horror games, Namepesh, and I'm very bad at it. Like, I get so fucking scared. I scream a lot. I scream a lot. Lot. It's not fun. It's not. Yes. My ship is round. It's fine. I get so far. I piss myself. Not in not in a game. Like, I actually get fucking scared. Wait, 1K for horror game. The best of you. There we go. Later you sent me a couple of games. I played some already. Oh, Morra, then get therapy. Morra, therapy. This is what the doctor is giving you, therapy. What is this thing? What is this clip? Wait, let me... Dark theme before you start crying. By the way, hi, Rising! Happy New Year, Rising! That game for no reason at all, but... I'm gonna install a game that is gonna take that game for no reason at all, but... Haha, Sandro! Sandro! Sandro tried to pomodoro me and it couldn't work. The best of me. Someone getting the best. My back is still hurting. Chat, since I got the bite, I feel like I'm getting more issues on my neck and shoulders and back. Not sure. Happy New Year, Rising! Happy New Year! Don't make fun of a friend of yours. I'll make fun of you, Meta! Ha! Stupid Metal. Love you, Metal. I don't even have to look at the screen to dodge the tomatoes now. How the Zuko? Ah, Peter. I'm sorry, it was not really entirely on my face. There was a man butt on the clip below. Oh, I didn't see it. Wait, let me change the headset because these ones are hurting my ears. Too tonto. Wait, let me change the headset. Ay. Oh, we don't have that light on. Alexa, turn on book light. Okay. No, Alexa, set boot light to orange. Okay. Alexa, set boot light to yellow. Okay. Alexa, set boot light to 100%. Okay. Alexa, set boot light to white. Okay. That's horrible. That's a very bad yellow. She goes, there she goes again. Okay, 10 dates. We can now play 10 dates, chat. What is this clip? I don't even have to look at the screen to dodge the tomatoes. Stupid. Wait. Chat, are you ready to see how I read people? Are you ready to see how my dating skills? You ready? I'm so good. My dating. Oh my god. Oh. Are we ready? What's wrong with the joystick? It's a knock-on one. It's a good one. What's wrong with my joystick? Get fracked. What? What's wrong? What's wrong? Yes, because I get scared and people really like to see me crying. Listen, Namepesh, I genuinely... Did I close the game? I generally hate playing horror games. What is that? I generally hate playing horror games. Like I really, really, really cry. Like a lot. I cry a lot. I cry a lot. That's why we have the sub goal. So if they want to see me crying, at least I get something out of it. There's so many clips of me screaming and crying. Alright? Okay, let's start dating, chat. Let's start dating. Okay, we're selecting Misha. Pamuno, easy. No, I cried. I cried for a tutorial. You need to be found. I'm Misha. Okay, I'm Misha. I'm 5'2". That's my face. Let's choose the profile picture. And I would not put this one. I would not put this one. Maybe this one or this one. I'll put this one. Industry. I am in other. Yes, I did studio. I hated it. Hated Doki Doki. More finance or other. Me? Who am I playing as? Am I playing as myself? Outlast tutorials. Yes. No, it's not Tinder. It's 10 dates. We're gonna be. It's a dating game. It's a dating game. We're gonna see how I date. You see, ready? You ready to see the skills here of a true player. True player. Are you way back in time? I don't know how can I refresh you. Anyway. My hair are... Listen, I hate my hair. Hold on. I cannot stand them anymore. I cannot fucking stand them anymore. Let me... I know what I'm gonna put. I know what I'm gonna put. I know. Okay. Alright. Sorry, chat. I hated my hair entirely. I also need to add the existing. Okay. Thank you, Rico. We're dating. We're in a dating situation. Learning how to date. Okay. We are. I'll play like me, other. My interests: travel, spirituality, arts and culture, technology. And sport and fitness. And food and drink. Look at that hat. This is the gift that Rico gave me. This is a gift from Rico. It says G. I'm a Capricorn. The CEO of the signs, just letting you know, CEO of the zodiac signs. Oh. That sensor?
Ah, and there was me having a good day.
Well, it's just become great. You're welcome.
What's happening?
I just got back from work an hour ago.
Same.
I've made myself some food.
Same.
And I've just got off the phone with my landlord.
Oh, not same.
Yeah, I missed a payment, but it's fine. I've paid it now, and it's settled anyway.
Anyway, I've got some news.
Okay.
I joined a dating app.
Have you? Well, I mean, they are inevitable.
I was expecting more shit from you.
Well, what's the saying they have?
Shut up.
People in
Shut up,
glass
Name
houses
Fish.
can't throw stones.
No way, you too.
Mm-hmm.
Matches?
Yes, a lot. No, 0.
But don't apps help out new users with
Misha,
likes and
you're not
you know,
helping.
they really try and help you get people to like you because you're new.
Misha, I still have 0, even with whatever you just said. There's still 0. What about you?
Hey, the grass isn't always greener. I've got 80 likes. But once you filter out the bad profiles and the nude pics and the meh ones, it's all just a bit quiet.
Are your standards a little bit high?
No! Anyway, I have a new initiative in the works.
What's that? You gonna kidnap someone?
I've signed up for speed dating tonight.
Oh, we're going
Okay,
speed dating.
why
We're
are
going
you
speed
telling me
dating,
this?
chat.
Because I'm bricking it and do you want to have a drink before?
Could you just say less? It'd be great if you just stopped speaking about 30 seconds ago.
See you there. Bye.
Bye.
Nice. We're going speed dating, chat. Let's go speed dating. I'm so good at this.
Because there's no substitute for meeting someone face to face. You can see their physicality, feel their vibe.
Yes, but what if there is no vibe? What do you do then? If you're online, you can log off, you can make it an excuse, you can just be gone. My internet connection was crap.
Have you been
What
speed
do you do
dating?
here?
Welcome everyone to Speed
He's a
Dating.
friend.
My name's
He's a-
Derek. I'm your host. We're going to be beginning very shortly. So, gentlemen, if you could make your way to your table numbers.
You are so cynical. This is where you're going to find that genuine connection you keep banging on about.
Why are you smiling at me like that?
Why are they not together?
Why are you smiling at me like that?
No, I'm not smiling. You like anything.
Misha,
There is a small possibility I might have signed us both up.
I'm not doing it.
You are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'll just leave.
Oh, come on.
No.
Look, at least it's going to be a good story.
It is not going to be a good story. I'm just going to get humiliated. You've been preparing for this. I'm not doing it.
It's a great story. Oh, he's browsing. He's browsing the shop floor.
How does it work?
Sorry, what?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Would you ever go on a speed
Okay, so
dating chat?
the women
Would you
stand at the
ever?
table, the men, you, rotate around them.
I'm a man now.
So you go to different tables and you speak to girls.
What do I say?
Whatever you like, but you have 5 minutes, okay?
Okay.
And halfway through the date, that dude over there will give us a warning. and then he'll also tell us when there's 1 minute left to wrap it up. So essentially, you've got to use your time wisely, which I know you're not good at.
No, hence why I don't want to do it.
Years ago.
We're going to start with the gentleman by your first
Where?
allotted table numbers. And good luck. Have fun.
Zero's out.
You're sitting in my first date seat, so I need you to jog on. Go well, lad.
Tried once.
Cheers.
Oh, they're siblings? They're siblings, the two of them? No, name Pesh, it is not. No, but you know, I feel like I would be feeling awkward because every time they will be like, oh, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a streamer. What do you stream? Ah, all the time. You know? It isn't thrilling. It sounds thrilling, but don't you like talk about the same things all the time? Okay, first date.
Hey.
Hey, you good?
Yeah, I'm Misha.
I'm Ty.
You're not drinking?
No, bikes and alcohol don't go together.
Okay, good job. Good job.
Oh, sorry, it's a pandemic hangover.
You're an elbow bumper.
I just got used to doing it at work. Not that I've been at work much recently.
Nah, I feel you. Nah, this year's been...
What? I don't have that. I don't have that symbol. I'm not using the Xbox. Oh, this is it. Okay, I don't have the Xbox, so I don't know how to... Wait, I have to switch. I have to switch to the Xbox controller so I know what I have to press to do what. There she goes. There she goes again. Let me get the cable. That's the cable. That's not the cable. I don't have USB-C cables anymore, like long ones. Yeah, you are. All right. You don't always say the same things, but the end of the just start talking about the night itself. Oh, you just say, "Oh, I met this and this person. Ha, so funny. Ha," like that. Okay. So with this one, we should be okay. Okay, so these are the names of all the people that we're gonna meet. Okay. These are all the people that we're gonna meet. All right.
Tough. Getting all my stuff together to pay rent has not been easy.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's alright, it's not your fault.
So,
It's a bit
what
like...
do you spend your days doing, Ty?
This and that.
Just...
What do you mean isn't that? No, he sells drugs. He sells drugs.
Helmet.
Ask.
It's a bit inappropriate.
What do you mean it's a bit
Go
inappropriate?
on, tell me.
Ah.
It's not going to kill you. Unless you're part of some, like, mafia ring, in which case think twice.
I'm just not into the whole interrogation
It's not
thing.
interrogation, Maski, you were...
You being serious?
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Oh, shit, okay.
Clear as kind.
I actually studied interrogation.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
This and that? What kind of... Like, I'm trying to learn about you, you're like, I'm doing this and that. Right now, for me, you're selling drugs. He's out. This
The
guy's
first
out.
thing you have to do is antagonize the client. I found it works particularly well on bouncers.
Does it now?
100% success rate.
I should come party with you.
Do you party a lot?
No, please say
Clubbing, afters, all that.
Most definitely.
This is your halfway warning.
No, but see, even in this situation, I would not be like, okay, you're out. Thank you. Bye. I would feel so mean. I would want to like know more, you know? Andrea, thank you. I appreciate you. I hope you're commenting like something nice.
Flies. 3 minutes to go. I know, flies, doesn't it?
So, what brought you speed dating?
I tend to run in the same circles. Gets a bit old.
Makes sense.
So you've exhausted your circle of options.
Ah.
What do you think I am? But yeah, kind of.
What do you think I am?
Not sure.
Notice something? He didn't ask one question about me. Ew, I don't like them. I don't like them.
Sure. Still deciding. Would you say you're open-minded?
How do you know? You didn't ask me shit.
Why?
I'm open-minded.
You can't just answer the question.
I can answer.
Okay.
Prove it.
I would say I am.
Cool.
Now, are you going to tell me why you asked me that?
I like to know where I stand with people. This world's always changing, and it's important for us to stay open.
Fair.
It's hard to do that when you're grown.
Are we grown?
Getting there, trying. Just don't like labels.
I don't like labels. You are.
If I want to do something that's out of excitement or curiosity, then so be it. Whether that's in my social life, my work life, my sex life.
No. Okay, listen up. If on the first date you talk about sex, you're out. Out. Oh, he's so annoying. I hate him.
I see.
Keep
I'm
listening.
one of those people who wants to
I'll
try
be like,
everything.
you see, but this is me. In this situation, I'll be like, okay, keep. Oh, really? In my brain, I'll be like, this guy is out. But I'm like, because I'm a people pleaser. So But then I will be like, yeah, I texted a message. No, thank you.
Everything once. Variety is the spice of life. I lost my parents when I was young. And, there's a lot there that I'm trying to make up for as an adult.
I'm really sorry.
No, it's fine. I was like this big when it happened, so. It just goes to show you, life, all of this is just so short and fragile. And we owe it to ourselves, you, me, even that guy dressed as a daffodil over there, to do everything we can to explore everything we can to find happiness and pleasure.
How's that going for you and him?
Well, pretty damn well for me. I'm not sure about him. But no, I'm getting good, finding out what my appetites are.
Please don't ever be like this, chat. But I don't know, I will feel mean. Also because there's other people watching, you're in a speed dating, so everyone will be looking like you're standing up, they will be like, oh, she's mean, like something like that.
And what my body needs.
Now we're talking about food, yeah?
Everything.
Everything.
1 minute to go, guys. Just 60 seconds.
Better make it count.
You seem very high fashion.
I like nice materials on my skin. So my boxers are made of extremely soft material.
Oh, my microphone is not high enough? Or you want it to be far away? What do you mean? I'll put up. Oh, wait, let me put it here. Here should be fine. It will be fair, time doesn't come back. Still, you have to wait for the others to finish the speed dating, so still you have to be there.
Sounds nice.
Do you want to know where they're from?
Don't get close to that.
You'll go?
That wasn't part of the deal.
Do I have time to...
We never made a deal.
We never...
Oh, come on, hurry up.
Don't tell.
Running out of time.
I'm embarrassed.
So I bare my soul with you and you don't share back.
You really need to know everything, don't you?
Oh, that's
Don't
it?
like to
Okay,
feel
okay.
exposed.
You don't come across that way.
What way?
Like a big softie.
I don't like being exposed. I know everything about my appetites. My underwear are from this country. I don't like being exposed.
I wouldn't go that far.
And your time is up. Thank you, ladies
Oh,
and
unlucky.
gents.
Oh, Saved by the Bell.
This time, I want to see you again. What's your handle?
How about you give me yours?
Oh, yes.
Games.
I just gotta lay out all my suitors.
It's at It's Thai 25.
Oh, jackpot.
It's been fun.
Very.
Oh my god. Wait, when we see these... What is this? Like, interrupt a phone call? They're tied to show you his party trick. Make him play the game with Misha. Do not pay the bill. Because there's all things that we can go on dates with these people. We go on dates. Flirting is 80%. Oh no. Oh that's how they are. Oh, see, those are the people that we're gonna meet. Maybe. What they think of me. Okay, they think that I was flirty? Oh no. Oh, sweet baby. Confidence 30%? Oh, sweet. It's not about being confident. Chat. That's what they think of me. Yeah, no. We don't like Thai. Thai, no. He didn't ask any question. He doesn't know. I know his parents are dead, and he doesn't even know about anything about me. What do I do? What?
Oh, hey.
Can I?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Have you been waiting long?
No, I've been waiting my whole life for this.
Oh, oh, sorry. I've only just finished work, you see, so it takes me a minute to recalibrate.
I get that.
I am a freelance
I knew it.
computer engineer. That's what I do.
Of course,
And
I was going to say he's a bit shy. He must be doing something with tech.
because of that, my work hours are just all over the place.
I like to mess around with coding in my free time, try and fix problems.
Really? Do you know about Raspberry Pi?
Oh, I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it.
Okay, so it's a small computer that you can program for like simple projects. For example, I built myself a dashboard for my bicycle. So it shows me my time,
I like him better though.
speed,
Way better than
my
Thai.
location,
Way
route.
better than Thai.
So, a phone without a phone.
But more fun. I don't know, it makes me feel like the great creator.
God.
Steve Jobs.
So, Lucas, what's your living situation? Do you have any flatmates?
I actually live on my own, which, to be honest, I love. Antisocial, though. I don't know if you found this, but as you get older, there's just harder and smaller avenues of making friends because everyone's already found their clique, you know? So I suppose things like this are amazing for that.
If you don't mind me asking, how do you afford to live on your own?
Something I was working on just did well, so. And I decided, yeah, I'm gonna get myself a place. I deserve it.
I
And
like him.
the rest is history. What about you? Do you prefer to live on your own or with people?
I've tried both. I worked away for a bit and they put me up.
Oh, that's a really good way of experiencing being on your own, I suppose.
I thought I'd be really scared of living alone, but actually it's the best. I can walk around naked whenever I want.
Perks.
Yeah.
Perks.
No.
No. I became that person. I'm that person. I talked about being naked on the first time talking to someone. No. I should not have. Yeah, I think that
I think for me, sometimes it can get quite lonely.
I think that the red flag maybe is that he's very introvert and very shy. No, not red flag. Wait, hold on. No, let me put it. Not red flag, but about the fact that he's introvert and shy, but the fact that he is not social. So maybe it could be the person that is, that is telling you like, I don't want to go out. I don't want to do this. I don't want to, okay? It could be. I'm doing my prediction. It could be my prediction.
Especially if I don't make plans much.
You should make some more plans then.
I'm here now, aren't I? I've been looking forward to this all week, and I'm glad I'm here.
I get that. The last couple of years have been tough, but I'm grateful that we went through it when we had video calling.
Exactly. And that wouldn't have been possible without technology.
It's taking over the world.
So are you aware of the synchronicity then? That's when AI will eventually surpass mankind. Robots.
A lot of that person, a lot of us are that person. JJ, I'm okay with it. I'm introvert and I don't like to go out much. But I don't like people that are always constant, like becomes the Mr. No. When you're like, oh, shall we go out for this and that? No, I'd rather stay home and watch a movie all the time. If it's okay to have it like sometimes some chill nights, but if you're never going out with someone that you like, you're not creating memories with them. You're always staying in. It's so nice to go out. So nice. And you learn so much from someone by going in a different situation, I think. If you are comfortable with someone and you're always watching a movie at your place or their place and you're comfortable with it, that's fine. But you need to try to leave them outside that comfort of that situation of comfort. Because what if you go on a holiday with them sooner or later and you find out they are that kind of person that's stressed out for every single thing? It's like, it's not always nice. I didn't say always. I said from time to time, JJ. From time to time is good to go out and have something. You can make memories. Yes, you can make memories either way, but you can make different kind of memories. It is good to go out. It is good to experience the world, and it's good to experience the world with someone else. No, not partying, not at all. It could be hiking. It could be go have breakfast out. It could be, I don't know. Yeah, my ex used to say no to every planned idea. Yeah. And that is so annoying. It's nice to be around.
Ruling the world and all that. If you could say yes or no to that happening, what would you say?
No. To the robot controlling?
No.
It's a bit close-minded.
What, just because I disagree with you?
No,
No,
I
no,
mean,
no, no,
it's
no.
just, there's no...
No, I did not understand what they meant. I mean, I hope that it doesn't happen, but it's gonna happen. Oh, how can I go back? Is there a way to go back? Can I go back? Is there a way?
Room for development, if you said that.
Well, why does everything have to be open to the possibility of change?
No, I wanted to. No, I'm all for the change. I didn't.
Everything is in constant change all the time. For example, we used to believe the Earth was flat. Now we believe it's a globe.
But I like
we used
how
to
he's
believe in
risen.
angels and
And
demons.
now, you know what?
Now we believe
I'm
in quantum
seeing how
physics,
he
ones
reacts
and
when I
zeros,
disagree
and
with
so
him.
on.
Believe
and I
in
like
angels
him.
and demons?
Yeah, but the point is, the only thing that stays constant is the change itself. When we're faced
I like
with change,
him.
we become our most
I like him,
creative
though.
selves.
All right, Plato.
Don't be
This is
mean.
your halfway
No,
warning,
no,
guys.
he's a good
That is
one.
3 minutes to
He's
go.
a good one.
180
No,
seconds.
you make him
Couldn't
mad.
tell you how many milliseconds.
No, okay, we have to date him.
You're wearing a watch, yet you still checked your phone.
You're right.
Why are you being a bitch?
Hands up, I must be a phone addict, and a laptop addict, and a tablet junkie, so...
Oh, the full set. You wondering about me?
Yeah.
I feel like everyone should be asked this on a first date.
Why? So you know how distracted someone's
Tech
going to be when
addict,
you're trying
of
to talk
course.
to them.
I like him.
Okay, so I am addicted to my phone, but
Here comes the excuse.
no, it's a generational thing. I mean, we grew up with our phones. I mean, they're like the heart of us.
Happy New
They're
Year,
essential
Alpha.
tools for our daily routine.
You're simping. I like
Could
him.
not agree more. You know, we
He's
are
so
just
sweet.
so immersed in technology. People
You know, when I went against him, I was scared that he was going to be the ones. You know, when the ones that like my idea is right and yours is wrong. Like,
don't even realize it.
You
We
know.
are constantly interacting with it, and it goes far beyond just phones.
Oh, yeah, I mean, GPS, search engines. My God, I'd be useless without all of that.
And take contactless payments, for example.
Yeah.
That has completely revolutionized the whole social economics of
I like
how we buy things.
I like him.
For example, back a day, you would have to pull out your wallet, get some coins out, and pass it to the cashier, whereas I can now just go boop, and it's paid
Listen,
for like that.
we're gonna
So
do
I'd
this
say these things here are definitely the quickest way to buy things at the moment. I actually invented a smart band myself.
What's that?
So you know hairbands? You know
Oh,
how
that's
they've
how
got
you
that
get
little
money, how you got
metal
rich.
connector bit. I've took a microchip with the same kind of contactless software and I've put it into it. So you can tie your hair up with it and you just have it around your wrist, and with that you could pay for something, and it's not as, you know, flashy as something like this, so it's inconspicuous.
That's a pretty
Happy New Year,
genius
Papa.
idea.
Thank you.
Have you released any of them?
I made a few prototypes of the device, and then what I did was I reached out to a big tech company and sold the patent.
So that's a pretty big deal. Oh my God, are you loaded?
I'm signed up to NDAs, you know, so legally I can't. I really legally shouldn't have told you. I've just told you, you know, so I can't.
Secret safe with me.
Kind of sus, the NDAs thing. The NDA thing is kind of sus, to be honest. You know, I've heard about people say like they pretended to have like NDAs to then just say lies about themselves. Like, oh, I have an NDA, I cannot tell you about that. When like instead they had a side family.
Thank you. 1 minute to go, guys. 1 minute. It's your final minute, and then we have to wrap it up. Moving on.
This has been an interesting date.
Oh, no. I haven't offended you in anything I've been talking about.
No, not at all. And I hope I haven't offended you.
I'm still here, aren't I?
Much longer. We should make the last 60 seconds count.
Okay. I read somewhere that extroverts deal with these kind of situations a lot better than introverts. So, would you say you're more extrovert or introvert?
Good question.
And you're not allowed to say both.
Come on.
Cheat. In life, people like
Introvert,
that
100%.
favor one side of the spectrum over the other.
I don't think he's doing that in this case.
I'm definitely an introvert. Just the idea of someone new sitting there and me having to talk to them makes a tiny bead of sweat drip down my armpit.
Oh my gosh, same. Like, this top under here is going in the bin when I get home.
I wondered what that smell was.
Really?
Of course not, I'm joking.
Oh, man. I am so bad at reading when people are making a joke or being serious. I really can't tell.
First thing though, we have to fix his
Probably
hair.
not the best
I'm
match,
sorry.
are we?
Those hair
And
like
your
or like
time
styled
is
differently than
up for that day. Gents, your date
Changing
is
that up.
awaiting.
Don't tell me you enjoyed that.
No, I did.
Me too. Stay in touch?
Yeah, if you want. My handle is @thebandcoder.
Unique handle. I'll hit you up.
Thank you. And bye, Misha.
Bye.
Oh. Yeah! Goofy! He did that! That's Goofy! He was cute. Okay, he was cute. It was cute. He did that. Sorry. Goofy, but maybe cringe. I don't know, chat. That was nice. That was cute. Way better than Ty. Oh my god. Way better than Ty. Of course. Bash.
Hello.
Hey.
Already a no. Okay, we can go. Skip, my lad.
Misha?
I'm Bash, here for the interview. You been on holiday? You got that healthy beach glow.
Really? What's a holiday?
Oh, that's sad. I just got back from a stag do.
Nice. What did you get up to?
Just played some five-a-side football with the boys. Yeah, pretty knackered.
Oh, I love sport. Basketball, tennis.
Football?
Not really.
Oh.
I'm just messing. I was actually on my junior female football league at school.
No, you weren't.
I like sports that I can play because it gives me more of an insight.
Yeah, I mean, it's like so much better when you know how to do what they're doing. And then you watch the professionals and it's like you're watching art.
I don't know, art. A bit too
I've literally been
bad.
here 5 seconds and I'm already chatting waffle. So sorry about that.
So, your name?
What about it?
Well, it's got to be a nickname, right?
Well, yeah, everyone needs a nickname.
So, what's the story?
It's a long story.
Condense it?
No, it's a long story, leave it.
Oh, don't leave me guessing. At least give me some options.
You're an option.
So are you.
You're an
Yeah, fair.
option.
This is your halfway warning, guys. 3 minutes to go. I know, it flies, doesn't it?
So have you got any nicknames?
I said no. I don't want to press
but my
it. I
name
don't want
is
to know.
already sort of a nickname, apparently. It means Michael in Russian.
Michael. I knew someone called Michael once. He nicked my girlfriend in year 6.
I'm sure she could choose for herself.
Can I call you Mike? Have you got any real nicknames then?
God, no one's ever asked me about nicknames before.
Well, I am honoured.
Wait, what was the question? What is the question? Do I like nicknames? I don't like nicknames. What is the I didn't understand. What was the question, chat? What was it? What was the question? We have so much delay. Fuck, we have so much delay. Because if it's like this good, so you cannot really help me much. Now we're here. Now you should be able to tell me, right? Now, yes. Now you can tell me. You do I have any nickname? Do I have any nickname? He can give us. Yes. Give me a nickname. Give me a nickname.
So come on, I ain't got all night.
My mate Ryan calls me Muggy Misha. I apparently mug him off a lot.
In the blue corner, the biggest rocket here tonight, Muggy Misha!
You practice that in front of the mirror, didn't
Okay,
you?
he's
100%. So, did you do any exercise during lockdown?
Oh, seamless.
I'm just trying to keep the chat moving forward.
Lockdown. It's dragging it up a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a weird time, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
I did these daily, like, online workout videos with that dude who's now, like, a UK phenomenon and probably a millionaire.
She's actually me. She's actually me. What the fuck?
The geezer with the curly hair. Yeah, he's decent. Wait, good for you.
Don't patronise me.
No, I mean it. Good for you. I did a bit, but I found it, like, well hard to get motivated. So that stag do I mentioned, yeah? It was in Turin, in Estonia.
Tallinn, Estonia?
Yes. Yes, knowledge.
Stag capital of Europe, right?
Okay, here's the
So we had to see what all the hype was about.
Okay, Ty was the flirty, such a free spirit. Oh, then we had Ben Cotter, whose name was what was his name? Lucas. Lucas, that was the nice one. Oh, those are the things that you could do. Okay. Luca is the nice one. There's a bit of a geek and introvert. Okay. We have to cut his hair. And then we had Bush, who is the Dumbo. Like a little bit Dumbo, but it's all about sport and...
The second night was an absolute madness, okay? We were all in these morph suits, right? And the groom had to wear this mankini. By 5 p.m, he was absolutely battered. But after a little...
Mankini. Okay, he's the one of those that's gonna be, oh, the boys. I'm gonna go out with the boys tonight. We're gonna go getting slide. We're gonna get beers. We're gonna watch the game. Can I come? No, it's only for the boys tonight. No girls allowed. We don't want to talk about nail polish or clothes. Ha! Piece of trash.
Tactical woman. We were ready to go to the club. It was the best night any of us had ever had. Drinks were flowing. There were back-to-back bangers on the playlist. All the lads, they were all together.
That's great.
Then there's a little bump in the road. This bird takes a liking to the groom. Wants to go back to his room.
No freaking way he didn't.
Don't worry. Big Bad Bash was there to intercept the potential disaster.
No, it's not exactly encouraging for a happily married life, is it?
Yeah. We all had a big old heart-to-heart with him the morning after about it. That's all we can do as his mates, you know? In my mind, cheating is absolutely unacceptable.
Okay.
And his wife-to-be, she deserves better.
Oh, this is commendable on your part.
I have to have some principles, don't I?
We've got 1 minute to go, guys. Just 1 minute.
No, you're
so we'll be wrapping up very soon.
Seems like we might be drawing to a close.
You sick of me already?
Definitely. Have you seen anyone you like, though?
There is that. I like the... You tired of me already? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. What about you?
You didn't answer me properly.
What more do you want from me?
That's a
I don't know, some more detail? Names, maybe?
Nope, no names necessary.
I may have seen a few hotties.
Yeah? All right, show me. Oh, don't be like that.
Like what?
She's trying to make me jealous.
Trying.
I like this. Okay, this is
And
cute.
your
This
time
is
is
a bit
up
cute.
for that day. Gents, you'll be moving
maybe
along
I'll
to your
stick
next
to it.
table.
That wasn't so bad, was it?
It wasn't.
I like
What's your
the-
socials?
Yes, we should stay in touch. It's at Big Bash 123.
Oh, you need a better handle.
You love it. See you in my DMs, bye.
Bye.
Did you know we're matching?
Not really.
See that?
A little bit. No, Nimpesh, not like that, not like that. Please, don't do that. But no, a little bit, like the little little cheekiness. It's nice. That shows a little bit, like the fact that you asked, did you like someone else in here? Did you see someone cool? It shows that you're like a bit confident of yours. Like not confident, but you're cool. It's not like, oh, you have to love me already. Like, yeah. The other person, like the first one, would never have said something like that because he would have been like, of course you're in love with me. Of course, I'm so cool. You know? Maybe not. Jake. Class in session? You mean, is he a teacher?
Hey.
Hey. Hello.
I'm a hugger. Should we hug?
No.
Yeah,
so am I.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a hugger too, but not to a person that I'm meeting for the very first time on a speed date.
I'm Jake.
Misha, I think I might have crinkled your shirt a bit back there.
No, I don't think you did. Okay, so quick story. My grandmother buys me a birthday gift every year, and she likes to get me a shirt, and this is a vintage 2013.
No way.
Yeah, I'm a teacher and clearly too busy to buy my own clothes. So, do you have any birthday traditions?
Oh, I don't know if I can compete with that shirt.
I don't have anything.
Grandma clearly knows her drip.
Hey, she's got good taste.
Not really, no. I mean, my family are pretty normal. I mean, not that your family's not normal.
Hey, I'd be the first to admit it.
Great stuff.
I like it.
It's going okay. Pretzel?
Don't know how long they've been there.
No, come on, talk. He's nice. He's cute.
This
He's a
speed
teacher.
dating business is such an interesting format.
Yeah, I think so. I actually don't get out too often. School's quite full on, so.
Summer holidays, though.
Exactly. You speed dated before, if that's a verb?
Oh, you're going to mark me on this day, aren't you?
No, I wouldn't do that to you, of course not.
Oh. I haven't speed dated before.
Okay.
Just use apps and trying to meet people the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, me
Hi,
too.
Chibi.
I don't normally do this type of thing, but I kind of thought, hey, why not enlist the help?
You're investing in your own happiness. I love that for you.
He's nice,
Yeah.
but we don't know much about him.
Yeah, I love
He's
that
not
for me too.
opening much.
What is most important to you in a relationship?
Yeah, I'm glad you added that last part. I'm not sure we're ready for politics just yet.
3 minutes to go. 3 minutes?
Well, maybe I'd be so bold to say
Don't say sex, don't say sex, don't say
I'm
sex.
looking
don't
for
say-
love.
Oh,
What about you? Okay.
that's nice.
Was that too much?
No, I mean, it's honest.
Nothing else, I'm honest.
We want brain.
Good to know.
I'm looking for someone that has a
I
brain.
want good conversation. Someone who can challenge me intellectually.
Yes.
I think it's reasonable to expect stimulating conversation
Mm-hmm.
from someone you're spending time with. Now, as for the challenge part,
Yeah.
so I gave the kids a pop quiz today.
Oh, yes, tell me all about it.
That's
I didn't
it?
take that.
Did you do this with all the ladies?
Oh, is it that
Yes,
obvious?
tell me. Give me a pop quiz.
No, I'm kidding.
Yes,
I
yes, yes.
don't know very
I'm
often.
very competitive. Give me a pop quiz. I'm gonna 100% score on it. A, you're gonna give me A pluses. Yes, yes. I am so ready. Give me that. Give me that.
Sure, if we have enough time.
Enough for a quick fire true or false round?
Okay.
Okay, great. Question 1.
Brains over love. You're not looking for love. Like, I don't know. I would never say that I'm looking for love. Like, what is love? You know? I don't think that you're looking for love. You're looking first for someone that intrigues you, that it's interesting, that it's fun, that is challenging you intellectually, and then you fall in love with them. But I don't believe much in the I'm looking for love. But US states? Oh yeah, shut up.
There is no word in the English language that rhymes with orange.
Orange. No, foreigner. No, there is something.
True.
No, false.
Correct.
What? There is no word that rhymes with orange?
Okay, second question. The Caribbean island of...
You stupid. You know that I'm delayed. So I'm now saying like no more. It's like, what do you mean no more? It's because baby, don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't stupid.
Aruba is part of Portugal.
False.
False. The island belongs to the Netherlands.
Correct. Okay, third question.
Yes.
There are 14 bones in the human foot.
4 per each toe. 10, 4 per each. Yes. No, more false.
True.
Ooh, incorrect.
No, it's more.
actually
more.
28 bones in each foot.
That's a lot of bones.
I
lot of
knew
bones.
because there's at least 3 per
Okay,
toe.
2 out of 3. It's very good.
It feels a bit mid to me.
It's above average, though.
I'll take that as a compliment.
You should.
Oh, he's nice.
1 minute to
I
go.
like him. He's
1 minute
nice.
warning.
So, what else do you do with yourself, Jake? Besides date randoms?
I like to read a lot. It's it's one of my favourite hobbies.
Air quotes, nice. I picked up a book in my time.
Favourite genre?
Oh, finishing with a toughie.
Yeah.
Young adult.
Determine our entire future together.
No pressure.
Erotic. Ugh.
I think if I had to pick, I would choose young adult fiction.
Yeah. That's something I'm actually quite clued up on.
Oh, the kids, of course.
Yeah.
Do you feel like they're on the cusp of becoming like proper people?
I actually think they're quite clued up, far more than some of us adults. It's really interesting to see them sort of devour things. You know, I know that sounds super corny, but it's quite special to me.
That's nice.
I wish I had a teacher like you.
Thank you. That's sweet.
And that is time, ladies and gents.
We like the teacher.
Well,
I like him.
it was nice meeting you.
Yeah,
He's really nice. Handle?
I should apologise
For what?
For what?
for us not hitting it off.
What do you mean?
You didn't think we hit it off.
What? What? I liked him. What do you mean we didn't hit it off? End of the night? What? Where is he? No. What do you mean we didn't hit it off? What do you mean? Oh, there's more to come? Or not? What do you mean? He only needs people who win the quiz? What? Mastering, accepting what?
No way. What are the chances?
The understanding of mastering
From the
acceptance.
podcast, the Miserable Millennial Book Club.
Yeah.
So, are you here for this speed dating thing?
Oh, I'm just waiting for my mate to finish. Yeah. You?
I prefer to do things solo.
Reading at a bar seems like a new one.
Well, considering all the coffee shops are shut, I don't really have a choice.
I'm the same, actually. I like taking myself out for a meal, or a spa day, or a weekend away.
Or a spa weekend away.
Mate, stop.
She could be interesting.
I'm Hazel, by the way.
Misha.
My absolute favourite thing to do solo, which I totally recommend, is go to the cinema. You can lean back, switch your phone off for a few hours, and just absorb the story.
No, I don't
Seems like a great mode of self-care.
I just love my films, mate. Like, if you were to go, what would you watch?
Alone.
Alone? On a date? Whatever.
God, I don't ever go to the cinema
Alone or
all right, well, what
I don't
genre
watch.
would you pick?
Sorry to ruin your momentum, Hazel, but I don't really watch films.
No? Well, what about TV shows?
I don't have a telly.
Well, that is a flop. So, how was the speed dating?
It was fun. Unpredictable, but yeah, fun.
Did you meet anyone sexy?
Is that word still in circulation?
Yes.
Probably not, but
But
I
did
think I
find
might bring it
someone
back.
who liked
Why
it, but
not?
he ignored us.
Yeah, I guess I met a few sexies that were.
That's great.
Yeah, it's nice to feel that way, isn't it?
That fresh chemistry feeling. Yeah, it's been a while since I felt that too.
Yeah, you should try it sometime.
No, it really isn't my style.
Speed dating.
Men.
Not this kind of speed dating.
Oh,
This is your
she's
3-minute warning, guys. 3 minutes to go.
That poor horse voice must be ruined.
Yeah, it's the last date of the night, so I'll be off to meet Ryan soon.
In that case, let's get you a drink for the road.
Yes.
It's 2 for 1 until the event ends, so that gives you about 2.5 minutes as of now.
Let's go.
Oh, hell's bells, let's do it.
Yeah? I'll order. A couple of G&Ts, they'll be quick, won't they?
Oh, I think we could do better with what little time we've got. Shots?
Shots. Let's do it. Excuse me. What is
Who
it?
would drink
Salt left?
shots if not for like a night out? That's weird.
When first?
Oh, I don't know.
She's missing an arm. Oh, she's missing an arm. I didn't notice.
No, not live either.
How many shots are they doing? Stop, girl. Oh my god, he could have got a gin tonic.
So, Hazel. So, Hazel,
I don't like movies.
I know what you do for
Like
fun, but
I I do like movies, but if I have to choose, I would not go to the cinema by myself alone, you know?
What do you do for work? Oh, no. See, this is why I didn't lead with this. Okay, so I do HR.
Oh, no.
Just your
The
very
shittiest
basic,
people
boring
in
9 to 5.
HR are the shittiest people in a company.
Explains why you're such a people person, though.
We've got 1 minute to go, guys. Just 1 minute.
If in a company there's someone that is mean and a piece of trash, it's from the HR. If you're working in HR, you can do better.
Already?
You know what I miffed about? How come Ryan got an extra date to me?
Well, we can call this a speed date if you want.
I didn't know that was an option.
Oh.
It is.
Why not? I mean, we are abiding by time restrictions and everything.
Annoyingly. Wish we had longer. Do you want to keep in touch and maybe we can hang out sometime? As much as I love doing things solo, I would really love a partner in crime now and again.
Someone take your pics of social media and all that.
Yeah, it's more of a PA role, really.
I'd love to.
Why not?
And that is time, everyone. Hopefully see you at the next one.
Well, you don't want to keep Ryan waiting. At Hazel X1. You can hit me up there.
Got it.
Are you gonna meet all the women? All the women?
Bye, Hazel.
Yeah. See you soon, hopefully.
Yeah.
Marry her? I don't
Enjoy
know.
that book.
I don't know. She's cute.
Come on, spill the beans. How do they go?
Let's spill the beans.
Okay. Jake was really lovely. He was a teacher.
Yeah.
He had some nice shirts.
So he's a nice guy.
He's a really nice guy. He's so sweet.
Yeah, but he doesn't
So,
like us.
what, there wasn't much of a spark with him?
Not really. I don't think he felt it either, so... Yeah, I don't think that'll be another one.
Come on.
Well, look, he doesn't know what he's missing.
So that was Lucas. He was a coder. He was super intelligent.
We like him.
I didn't understand half of what he said, but he was really lovely.
Okay, so maybe you might see him again?
Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility.
Okay, nice.
Oh my gosh, there was Hazel,
Okay.
who I met at the bar by accident. We were reading exactly the same book. We had the same interests. She was really fun. She wasn't even meant to be there.
So she hadn't signed up for it?
No, she was just in the bar.
Okay, so she sounds like it went well.
It's a
really
very
surprisingly
nice
well.
First
nice.
time
I'm
met.
liking Hazel.
Hazel could maybe progress to date too.
It would be nice to
think so?
tell people,
I think
you
so.
know.
Okay.
So Ty came in his motorcycle leathers, holding his helmet. He is what you would call a bad boy.
And how do you feel about a bad boy?
I don't know. I've never dated a bad boy before, but it sounds quite exciting.
You want to go to the dark side, don't you?
They have cookies.
Well, then go.
No.
Bash. Well, firstly, he's called Bash, which tells you everything you need to know. Do you know what? He was really charming. He had really great banter.
In a good way, yeah.
In a really good way. He had a slightly funny haircut, but we'll let him have that.
So, do you think there could
He had
be
this funny
another
hair,
date?
not Jake.
Yeah, I can see
No,
that.
sorry, not Pat. No.
Yeah?
The
Okay,
quarter.
good.
I don't remember the quarter.
So, Misha, what's gonna happen next?
I have a few options.
Well, remember what we said. You need to make the first move. Send them a message.
Okay.
Pinky swear.
Pinky swear.
Pinky swear.
So what about you? Tell me about your speed dating.
We don't care about his speed dating. What is this? Select your second date. Okay, a band quarter or... We cannot even text Jake. We cannot even text Jake. We cannot even text Jake. I'm disappointed. As a people pleaser, I'm very disappointed. And I also have to pee, so give me this second. I'll be right back. Okay, you know what? Mods, can I please have a poll to who you would go for a second date? Put also Jake in brackets. Okay? By the time I'm back, most probably you're gonna hear this finally, and then you're gonna start to do the poll. But I'll give it this second. I'll give it one more second. I'm gonna pee and be right back. Maybe need more food. Maybe I'll get a little bit of food. Be right back. Of course you went for Hazel. Of course. What do you mean? You don't like my fake gags to tie? 2 dates, yes, 2 dates we can select. I would say, yeah, I'm looking at the poll and it's Lucas? Lucas is the band coder, right? Oh, wait. I'm gonna be doing such a mess up here with all these crumbs.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Damn right, it's better than yours. I could teach you, but I have to charge. My milkshake brings
Raiko, you came at the right moment. From this live, you can learn how to flirt. I can help you out. It's a dating game. Welcome in. If you're coming from the raid, you definitely need this. You definitely need this, okay? Look, I didn't know it was his name.
Oh, people, that's a fresh one.
Sarakiki.
Fresh out of the
Thank you for the prime. Welcome in.
Sadriki is a fresh one.
Raiko scares you? Lucas is the band coder. Are we ready to go? Teaching Rico how to flirt? Needed, right? Raiko is the worst person to bring into a speed date. I don't need this, I'm already a Raiko follower. You need this because you are a Raiko follower. Go. We're going for Ben Coder. Oh, we're looking at his profile. So he has 4 posts, 81,000 views, and we can look at all their profile. Okay, that's cool. 4,000 followers. Okay, that's fine. 4 posts. These are the posts. Such a fucking nerd. Look how nice he is with short hair. He looks like a baby. Yes, Britzi, and you know that. Ask for a second date. Alright, okay. This was Lucas. We have Ty. Insert pretentious stuff about myself here. Okay, he has 7 posts and 68 followers on it. Oh, true, because like Bancoder has more followers because of what he did, right? Oh yeah, we have a lot of delay. I'm sorry, Raiders. And his picture, of course, him on a motorcycle with beer. So cool. Him again, so cool. This is nice. With a beer, so cool. Oh my god, an airplane, no one ever took it. Him and a motorcycle, huh? Not happening. Bash. One, okay, listen. One is gonna be with beer. One is gonna be with his friends. And one is gonna be like stadium or like something related to football, for sure. 300 followers. Alcohol and smoking, of course. His, like, and there's lads around. You can see that he's partying and stuff. Friends, of course. Beers, of course. Doing weird stuff with the beer because it's so funny. Beer again. Partying. Okay, this can be considered football. Yeah, no. Hazel? Recovering book addict. Okay. She's cute. Aww. Don't cling to a mistake. Alright. I have the courage to be the last side. Okay, I don't. Miney, thank you for the 3 months. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you.
Mainix Music
Thank
just
you for that.
subscribed. Happy New Year.
Thank
D.
you. Mm-hmm. I don't really like the post with like send like but First we want Lucas. Chat. I want Lucas. I'm sorry. Then Hazel. I want Lucas. And I wanted Jake, but what was it doing?
Hello.
Hey.
Yo. Sorry about. Gosh. Yeah, I'll just sit down. Yeah. To be honest, I do value a good handshake. You know, especially since we wasn't allowed to during COVID.
How was your lockdown?
Not much different to my.
Jessica just subscribed. Hellos.
Hello.
How did it go with Detroit?
It didn't work because I have to install the shitters. I should install the shitters outside the stream. Oh, we are on a hype train. The train is very high. Why are you up there, train? Train, why are you up there? What is wrong with you, train? Just go there. Alright. He's a people shy. Yes, he's a people shy. Tejik, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I'm gonna try to install the shaders, and then I'm gonna try to bring it back on stream. Alright. Let's move on.
Usual routine. Yeah, just got a lot of work done.
It was a really surreal time, wasn't it?
That's exactly how all people that are introverts and are coders reacted to the lockdown. It was pretty much the same, just more mask.
Yeah, it does feel weird looking back at it.
Anyway, we lived it. We don't need to talk about it.
Exactly.
Should we get some drinks?
Yeah, let's get some drinks. What for that? Like these quite deadly metal straws as well.
Yeah, I think you put your eye out with one.
You're not a bread person.
I love bread, but I'm saving myself. I think you need vinegar, though.
Really?
A bit tangy.
He's
So,
nice.
How have you been? You had a good week?
It's been all right.
He's really nice.
So, how about a bit of game time?
Oh, well, are you not enjoying the conversation?
If you hate it, we can stop.
Okay, yeah, I'm down for that.
Okay.
Okay, he's giving me a bit. Okay, listen up, chat. He's just giving me just a little bit the vibes of Bella. You know, from Twilight? You know, like... You know that? You know what I mean? Exactly that, Rising.
Never have I ever.
Oh, shit.
Well, never have I ever played Never Have I Ever.
Okay.
Sweet baby has never been to going to parties, to drunk parties. Oh.
Never have I ever catfished anyone.
He catfished?
Oh.
Wait, I'm not a complete creep, okay? It was in year 7, and I messaged this girl online pretending to be a bodybuilder from Southend.
To be fair, I think I did the same during my MySpace days.
I feel like we've all wanted to be someone else at some point in our life. Who was you?
Not cool.
A Swedish child model called Heidi.
Oh.
Anyway, moving on. Your turn.
Okay. Never have I ever gone viral.
Technology-based questions.
You started it.
Not a complaint, just an observation.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm intrigued.
I hopped on the trend of cooking like crazy recipes and presenting them as normal. My pesto s'mores got people outraged.
That was you? Oh my god. You presented them so immaculately that, like, I actually wanted to make them.
Shut up.
No, seriously. I wanted to be internet famous when I was little, or an astronaut.
You would have got to wear the suit.
Internet famous and he's so shy and introvert.
No, I would have been sick in the suit because I can't handle being spun on a roundabout, let alone going to space. Yeah, one can dream, I suppose.
My turn. Never have I ever.
I just want to say that this game is a lot more fun than I thought it would be. Just nothing too X-rated, that's all I want to say. Oi, I'm being serious.
Wait, what? I didn't. No, I don't know what they said. Wait, let me read it really faster.
Promise that.
Faces on the same sex or make the first move. Fancy someone.
I'm really sorry. Never have I ever fancied someone of the same sex.
Wait, that's a lie, though. That's a lie. We just fancied Hazel. We just fancied
I wish I could say I'm
Hazel.
one of those people that doesn't want to hear the details, but I actually really do.
Well, I had a dream about a certain famous swimmer. I'm not going to say who, but he's hot.
Yeah.
I was watching the Olympics at the time, and I don't know, he must have just got into my dreams somehow.
Great choice, though.
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't?
Never ever made up the first move, but the point is, like, the first move is like I think he should have done like the first move, no?
Like a ripped body.
Exactly. They are
This is something I'm more interested
universally
in.
appreciated.
No?
Your turn.
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna get deeper.
You all right over there?
Yeah, I just pondering my options. That's all.
Shit, I drank what I'm not supposed to.
Oh, well, that's quite all right. Thank you for your patience. I've got one. Never have I ever lied on a dating app.
Okay, quite similar to the catfishing one, but it's a good one.
I have never.
Is this your
Don't
way of
drink.
telling me that you have?
I don't drink. It means that I didn't do
you
it. I
so
don't drink.
have. I've never lied on a date.
But I said dating app.
I said I didn't.
Okay.
No, I said I didn't. Why did she drink? I said I didn't. Why she's doing now what I tell
I
her?
once said I was going on a holiday when I wasn't to bail on a date.
Oh, that's
Oh,
fair enough.
okay.
I mean, you know when you just feel like not showing up to something, it's quite hard to get out of it, isn't it?
Yeah, but we could just be honest. What about you? Have you lied on an app?
Yeah, I told someone I wasn't living at home when I was. I just find that females don't like men that live with their parents.
You're overthinking it. Like, sure, we like independence, but if I liked someone enough, I'd make it work.
I don't live at home anymore.
I know.
Yeah. I already told you that, didn't I? Yeah. Shall we do one more each?
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, never have I ever.
Do you really have to say never have I ever at the start of every question?
Yeah, it's part of the game.
Okay, I didn't make the rules.
Broken someone's heart, stolen. I want to know if he broke someone's heart, but I want to see if he's
Never
a
have
player.
I ever broken someone's heart.
No! No!
Casa, Casanova, tell me everything.
But
So,
I like him.
I
I like
was,
this. I like the fact that he's, you know, yeah.
7 years old. I was at a summer camp and I'd been holding hands with this girl the whole week. And she just started writing me letter after letter after letter, and I didn't reply to any of them. And then my mum got a very strongly worded letter from her mum.
Bloody hell. You ghosted someone by post, that's brutal.
Yeah, I felt terrible.
I'm sure she's recovered by now.
Yeah, she has. Found her on social media.
Happily married?
Supermodel.
Oh, unlucky Lucas.
Okay, never have I ever stood someone up on a date.
Stood someone up on a date means like I didn't show up, right?
That's not how this works.
Oh, gosh. Messed that up.
I never stood up
We'll go with it.
on a date.
Okay, what about you?
Never done it.
What, you've never stood someone up on a date? I do realise it's a very shitty thing to do. I'm not trying to justify my actions.
I'm just glad you made it here.
It was someone that I'd met on an online forum. We made plans and I just pied her off.
I feel bad for her and I don't even know her. She probably goes back there every night just on the off chance you'll turn up.
I still feel terrible and it was 5 years ago.
Sitting at the same table, ordering the same drink.
Shut up!
You're not making me feel much better.
Stop it!
She really didn't deserve that.
No, stop being mean. No, we
I love
fucked
the
it up.
smell of mint.
Really, I hate it.
fucked it up.
I'm not a herb person.
But at
I
least we
love
know
a
he's a
fake
nice
lavender.
person. At least we know he's a nice
Museums
person.
for like 8 kids.
This was lavender, like they do with dodos.
No, as much as I like technology, I'm against artificial plants.
Yeah, I agree. But I mean, they do last forever.
Oh, okay, that's 1 plus, I suppose. Yeah.
Split.
It's that time.
It is?
Split.
You want to split?
Oh, that's a receipt, it's not a bill.
What do you mean? Neither of us have paid.
I know, it's on the house. I help them out with their tech support every now and then, so that's their way of saying thank you.
Oh, you must really be an expert.
Oh, so we did the good choice. So we
Thank you
didn't
again
look like
for,
we were like.
offering to split.
So you see, we didn't look like we were like trying to exploit them. We did the nice gesture, but then we didn't pay. Let's go. Let's go.
Do you want me to wait for your cab?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Why don't you
Deal.
walk her home? Walk her home. Okay, date with Azel. Okay, I'm chat. Okay. I've never been on a date with a woman. I don't know how to raise woman, but I don't know how to raise men too either. So it's it is what it is. Okay, I'll try. Okay.
Hey.
Oh, she hot.
Hey,
She
you.
hot though.
I've read that one too.
Any good?
She dies at the end.
No. Why would you say that?
She doesn't. You've been here long?
Yes, actually. But I'm always painfully early. It's kind of my thing. What about you? What's your timekeeping like?
Oh, straight in with the analytics.
I've been staring
on
at
time.
spreadsheets all day, gathering data.
Shut up, Jeff. Okay, I'm on time. I know what you're gonna say already, but
I'm always freakishly on time. I think it's a disease.
Right, okay, so I can say this now because we're working out with the same person.
Right.
I hate people who are late.
Me too. It's so rude.
There's no excuse for it.
Like 5 minutes is fine, but anything else, I'm like,
Now, see, I'm like, set off earlier.
Bit traffic?
Well, leave yourself in case of traffic a bit more time.
ask about work. We want to know what she
hardball
does.
you are.
No messing about.
Spreadsheets aside, how's work been?
Oh, can we not? I have a very strict no work talk policy, which I enforce very rigorously.
I'm happy to play by those rules.
Yeah, I think you won't.
If you, I don't. Okay, listen. I understand you might not like your job, but I don't. I think that it's cool someone that likes their job. That it's okay talking about it, you know.
Regret that.
Should we get a drink?
In any case, like we're spending 8 hours out of our all day in there, so there's a lot to talk about now.
Drink?
Yes, definitely. What do you fancy?
Maybe a cosmopolitan.
Oh, I haven't had one in ages.
Okay. Excuse me.
No.
Can I get 2 cosmopolitans, please?
Never ever ever had a Cosmopolitan.
Mint. Don't like mint. I don't like mint at all.
I like that. Okay, this might sound silly.
I love silly.
Great. My uncle made up this holiday game called Where Do You Stand? So like one person brings up a topic and then it leads to like a debate or a discussion.
Most people don't like their job. Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about HR. She probably hates herself. I know, but it's you know.
Or an argument.
Okay, can I go first?
Be my guest.
Right, let me think.
Shut up, Rico.
Right. Where do you stand on one night stands?
Yeah, never played that one with the family before.
Big questions are better with this game.
You've played it before? Uncle Jim said he made it up.
If you have never, one is okay, but not
Uncle
like
Jim lied.
all the time. Like it's
Personally,
boring.
I place a lot of importance on who I have sex with. Plus, I have too many safety concerns to get busy with a stranger.
Or what about a one night stand with someone you know and trust?
For me, for it to only happen once, it sort of implies regret afterwards. And that doesn't sound so fun to me.
Fair enough. I've only had great experiences with them. Each one tells its own little story.
I mean, if it works for you, right? Like,
oh, she doesn't like us.
All right,
I fucked it up. I fucked it up. No. And she doesn't like us. And Jake doesn't like us. And Lucas doesn't like us. No one. Oh, we're gonna have to go out with Ty. We're gonna have to. Oh, that's why I'm single.
Right, well, don't think too well because your brain might explode.
Wait, what's your topic on mirror selfies or
what
tattoos?
do I want to hear your opinion
Tattoos.
on? Tattoos. Where'd you stand?
Okay, I haven't got any personally, but I've also nothing against them. What about you?
Nada. I'm a blank canvas as of now. Would you get any?
No.
Even if something meant a lot to you?
Yeah, I think especially if it means something to me. Like, because if you've got something on your body and you can see it every day, doesn't it sort of lose its significance? Like, if I was going to get one, I'd get something really cool just so I could look at it.
That's an interesting view.
Okay, my turn.
Boring.
Okay. Peace and war. Where do you stand?
Oh, that's a big one. Are you going to draw any, like, big conclusions from my answer here?
Yeah.
Who the fuck would say war? Who would say? Who sane in their mind would say war?
No, quite possibly I will, yeah.
Great, okay. Peace, obviously.
Why, obviously?
Well, why'd I support senseless killings for the whims of politicians?
Military conflict's never going away. It's a sad fact of life, but I think accepting it and making sure it's done in the right context is the only way forward.
Which would be?
Well, we're not going to get into that now. We'll be here all night. Besides, the world needs pacifists to make sure we're not starting wars over anything and everything.
My turn.
Oh. Here we go. What are you going to ask?
On drugs.
What are you dying to hear my opinion
She's
on?
for war. I don't know. I want to know what she's off.
Drugs. Where'd you stand?
Obviously, irresponsible drug use is a disaster, but I think we all know the qualities of medicinal marijuana.
Yeah, fair enough.
So that's a yes to drugs?
Some.
Good to know.
Good to know why.
Morning or evening?
For taking drugs or just like in
No,
general?
just in general.
Morning.
Okay,
Morning.
pretty straightforward.
Or so you think. The complexity comes in your reasoning.
Morning, every time.
I'm a morning person too.
Oh, nice.
That does mean, though, if we were together in the Dark Ages, we both would have been killed in the night.
So ideally, you're looking for a night owl. What about someone who'll get you coffee in the morning?
Okay, let's keep talking. I feel like I can be quite open with you.
Yeah, sure. Please go.
Do you want to tell the truth? Or is that ridiculous?
No, I like it. But you go first.
Okay.
On the count of 3. 1,
What?
2, 3.
I'm addicted to cigarettes.
You're a smoker.
It started last year when I was going through a really stressful period of my life.
Fine.
COVID related?
Yeah. But in my defence, I'm weaning myself off them, and my next resolution for the new year is to give them up completely. Okay. Your turn.
Oh, no, I'm still thinking of one.
Never dated a woman.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
I've never been with a woman before.
I'm your first.
No, I've dated women before,
Okay.
but I've never been in like a long-term relationship.
No, we've
Honestly,
never.
I don't care who you've dated.
Okay, good, because I was so nervous telling you that. Cheers.
Like, yeah. Even if at your first, she was like, first. I've committed war crimes.
I'll let Uncle Jim know the game was a success.
Please do.
Oh, thanks.
Misha, I don't normally ask this, but would you be all right to cover my part? I'm just in a really hard spot financially.
The whole thing?
If you won't mind.
Yes, but
It would
still
really
weird.
help me.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, Misha. Sorry for being such a stickler.
Is it rent day or something?
Yeah, well, that, and I've had to take a bit of unexpected time off work recently, so...
You don't... Listen. You don't have to... Yeah, exactly, $61. You don't go to a place if you don't think that you can pay for it. Like, if I invited you, then it could be fine. Right? Could be fine. But if you both decide to go to that place, then it's not fine. You propose... like you said it before. You're supposed to say it beforehand. You're supposed to say, like... Sorry, I'm currently in a financial problem, like a financial situation, like complicated. Do you mind if we go for a walk and we grab a beer and we stay in the park and drink in the park? Or like, do you mind if we do something? We don't have to spend money to go on a date. And then the other person can be like, don't worry, it's gonna be on me. I'm gonna invite you to that place that I invited you to. So yeah, I don't...
Oh, well, I hope you get back to the office soon.
Yeah. Yeah, me too.
I had a lovely time.
What's that hat? What is that hat?
Me too. It's been a belter.
I've got to go in a minute, but I've got to wait for my taxi.
Well, I'll just wait with you.
Oh, yeah. What's that?
Shit. Nothing. Well, I'd really love to walk you home, but I've just got to get back myself.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, no, it's fine. Text me when you're home, will you?
Yeah, sure.
All right, I'll see you soon.
Fucking sketchy. We're going with Lucas. I don't like her. It's horrible. It's a horrible hat.
I've been wanting to ask you something.
What?
Very important.
Oh.
You ready?
No.
Well, I'm gonna ask you either way if you're ready or not.
Okay.
Who is getting the call for the third date?
Lucas.
Do it now.
Lucas. Right? No doubts. No, zero doubts. We're agreeing, right, chat?
Here goes nothing.
Very cool. Okay.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you? Cool. I was just wondering if you wanted to hang out again. I know this really cool place we could go to.
Not even a text that you called him? You're weird.
Okay, great.
Oh, he said yes? He doesn't
Brilliant.
hate us?
I'll text you the details.
He doesn't hate us?
Bye.
Well. Yeah? Third date?
Third date.
Let's go.
Away.
One more.
Never know the hazel.
That actually was it. How strong did you look?
I know.
Yeah, exactly. Phoning an introvert, she doesn't know the rules. Lucas all the right. Oh, whoa, wow, whoa. This is a cool place.
Hello.
Flowers, wow.
Yeah. This isn't like totally inappropriate,
Don't like
is
the
it?
colors,
so
but it's such a
appropriate.
nice
Got that
gesture.
Oh, they're for you. It's okay.
I hate those colors, but that's cute.
How's your day been?
Ugh, I have not left my desk for a week, so yeah, that feels good.
I have something that helps me when I have laptop eyes.
What is it?
Ugh, not another game. Really?
It's a dance app.
You see? You see what I was telling you about, chat? The fact that he's a bit of a no man. I told you from the very beginning, I read people That's why I'm so bad at dating, because I read them and I know shit. Like, I told you he was going to be a little bit of a no person, and he's like, another game? You liked the one that we did before, so shut the fuck up, stop complaining and try it out.
Keep in time with each other to get points.
Sure, why not?
The first move is... Oh, the slut drop.
So, like...
Yes, he's done this before.
No.
You so have. We've got to get in time together. Yes!
This is so cringe. I would never do this. Stop
Maybe
it.
this
Why
should
did you
be
propose
Bennett's
this?
dance craze.
I think it's already been a dance craze.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the robot. What, you got facial expressions going and everything? Is this because you spend so much time with robots?
Oh gosh, this is... Oh, what am I doing? Sorry, I can't do it anymore.
Are you too sweaty?
No, I've just had enough, to be honest.
I'm pretty knackered too. Should we call it a day?
Yes, please. Ooh, gosh. Ugh.
Did you hate that?
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah, me too.
But I do feel more awake, so thank you for that. You know, I've been thinking about, like, compatibility and how we test our compatibility in, like, this natural world. And how, with romance becoming more and more digitized as we speak, it's becoming a lot easier to find your match. So, if there was, which there will be, a computer that you could put all your information in and it would find your perfect suitor, would you go for that?
You mean if I could have the perfect person delivered to my door?
Would you, chat? Would I want it to be a perfect person? Like, I know there is all that shit about... Like, I know there's gonna be all that shit about, like, you know, it's the fun part of, like, you have to accept the other person, little things that are not okay. That means being in love. That's the real commitment. That's the real fun. La, da, 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 da. At the same time, imagine finding the person that it's perfect. An episode of Black Mirror. Yeah, but I'm not saying like a robot or something. I'm saying like you get matched. I don't know if I saw it, JJ, by the way. Like, you know, like you get beep beep, you get found like the perfect match. I like the different tones in people and how they evolve. Yeah, but different tones could be actually your match, you know, Chibi? That could be exactly that. I'm doing this, Benny, tonight. Tonight I'm doing this. What about you? I don't know. Like, I think I would like to try. I think I would like to try.
Essentially, yeah. And it would be that and more than you could ever imagine.
Like, maybe you know why? Because I'm so exhausted of like heartbroken and screaming and crying that I would love to have like quiet. You know, like a simple thing. Something simple. I don't know.
Love a computer to take all that off my plate, yeah.
Exactly. And then if you could also find the sell-by date of that relationship, would you also go for that?
Am I market research or something that you're working on?
Sell by date? No, that sell by date, no.
Gosh, no, I'm not that good of a coder for something like that.
Sell by
but
date.
I'm just curious, that's why.
I think finding the right person would be enough for me. Knowing how long the relationship's gonna last feels a bit fatalistic.
Yeah.
That is true. But it would be hard knowing that you had all that information there, you know? A bit like Pandora's box, I suppose.
Curiosity kills the cat.
Not my cat, though. I love my cat.
Oh, he has a cat.
You're really keen on this whole let a computer decide for me thing, aren't you?
I just find it hard to make genuine connections.
You know what we can do with him? We can fix his hair. Fix a bit the beard that it's a bit messed up, but you know, software engineer, of course. And we can teach him how to live the moment, which I'm worse than that. But I don't think that I'm worse than him. Like, and like enjoying the little things that are not right. I think that I'm horrible at this, but I'm better than him at this.
Connections in a natural environment, that's all.
So you want to find a device that tells you how you feel? I mean, surely only you can know that.
I don't know, I don't feel like I've got a good judge of character, and if I could, program a device that replicated my brain gut, I would.
Well, my gut instinct's telling me it's time to eat.
Let's order some food. Order whatever you like.
Why did you fix this place's payment system too?
Not quite.
He's the owner.
I'm one of the owners here.
I knew it.
I have invested in several establishments in this area.
Are you like a tech millionaire?
I've created a fair bit of code in my time and sold a few patents, yeah? But I don't tell people about that, really. But yeah, like I said,
I don't tell to people about that, really. Yet you bring her to the places where you can find a way to tell her. Bruh, it sounds more like he would like to flex, but he doesn't want it to make it sound like a flex. Like, he wants to use that as a way to, like, get you, but at the same time, he doesn't want it to be entirely because of that. But he wants to be, like, plus points.
order whatever you want. It's honestly fine.
Are you sure?
Wagyu steaks and
Honestly,
a lobster.
It's fine.
Wagyu steaks and lobster.
Can't pass up an offer like that. I'll have the surf and turf deluxe.
Our most expensive thing on the menu.
Hey, when else am I going to get the chance to eat steak and lobster on the house?
No problem.
Is he gonna get mad because of it?
So, dark wine is your kind of wine.
She did not choose the spot. She did not choose it. How do you know she chose the spot?
You don't like light wines.
Dark or light?
Yeah.
I like all wine. Wine is great.
Mouse.
From your mouse. Yes!
No, wait.
Yes, now
No, but okay, listen. Because I thought. I hate that we're so way back in time. Because what is the thing that you're seeing right there? This thing. I thought. I know this place. You're right. Listen, if it was him who invited her there, then I would have been like, you wanna play? You wanna pretend like you're super cool? Okay, I'm going to.
I know what Lima is.
And they're like in real life, they kind of look like mini bear. Oh, gosh. I better go.
No.
My cat's waiting to be fed, and she's quite routine with her meals, so yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming all this way.
No, it's totally fine. It's not that
Verbal
far.
goodbye. Verbal goodbye. Physical goodbye. Physical goodbye.
Good.
What's a physical goodbye?
Oh, I'm a hugger. I probably should have mentioned.
No, it was nice.
Come on.
Misha, I have had such a lovely evening with you.
Okay.
And I would like to
You see, it
ask
worked.
you to accompany me to an event.
It still worked.
It's a AI fair.
What's that?
Well, it's all to do with technology, and I've been asked to come as a guest speaker, so I'd like you to be there.
Will there be robots?
Maybe. You might not know who is a
Accept
robot
it.
and who is not. That's
And would you protect me?
No.
Okay.
I mean, after the third date, if you don't even hug, I don't think that he was uncomfortable. I feel it was like, I don't expect it, but at the same time,
It's amazing.
Can I walk you home?
Wait, let me write it in chat. Sorry for screaming. Cover your ears. Sorry. When you read the message, you will know. Oh, it's cute. It's so nice. Oh, it's cute. Did you see? He's so nice. He was like,
Sure.
Can I walk
I
you
just want to
home?
meet your cat.
Oh, well, Macintosh is gonna love you.
She proposed to walk him home? We always have a delay.
Shall we? Yeah. Let's go.
Oh. Chat! Did you see what he did? Chat! Did you see what he did? She was... Ayuto. She was forgetting the jacket and he caught it. She was forgetting the jacket and he catched it for him. Impressed by basic things? Yes, Ty would have never done it. Oh, that is so sweet. But you know why? Because I know that I would 100% do that. So I appreciate this. I would appreciate this so much. I'm not exaggerating. Not everyone would do it. Oh, cute. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. I swear. Okay, listen. If you're thinking that I'm doing too much because of that gesture, think how low my bar is right now. Think about how low my bar is. Hey, there we go, Chibi. My ovaries exploded. Misha and Lucas have been dating for a few months. They are now officially in the real and digital world. Oh. We got them, chat. We got them. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, this was cute. Oh my god. If I have bars on the ground, yes. Every decent man would do that, not even thinking about. No, it's not like if you see it, you would do it. But not all men will notice. You know? It's just like a very simple gesture that it's really cute. And it's not about taking the jacket. It's not, he didn't say, hey, you forgot your jacket here. People could have done it. There's a lot of people that would have done it. But he just grabbed it and just, and just give it to her. I'm sorry, Chad, that is cute, okay? That's really cute. Only 24? Oh, because we should have offered to pay the bill. Kindness. He thinks I'm very kind, that I'm confident, but compared to him, of course. What about Hazel? Hazel thinks that I'm spontaneous, that I'm confident, that I'm kind, humorous, but you're a piece of trash. Let's not go up. No. Thank you. He thinks that I'm not mature? He piece of trash. I'm not mature. Yeah, that was a sweet game. That was really sweet. The only thing now, chat, is whatever we do now, I hate that we have the delay. But what can we do with this delay? You know? Is there a game that we can do with delay? Fuck him, stupid idiot. Yeah, I agree. I agree 100%. Oh? Oh? Oh, someone reacted, chat, to the... You know that we banned someone? We banned someone for, we banned someone for the clip that they made. And there was like my boobs. They wrote on Discord. I just got banned on Twitch a few days ago. G banned someone in chat and I pressed the clip button to retrieve the message it just sent, just out of curiosity. The ban was 100% deserved. I didn't know that clip gets published even without clicking the publish button, and I unintentionally helped share that crap. Now I feel like shit, and this goes against every value I believe in. It's like shooting a child by mistake. It feels terrible, but what's done is done, and Control Canch doesn't work. Control Z doesn't work. I'm the nicest and well-mannered guy. I'm the nicest and well-mannered guy, and I sincerely apologize. Any advice on how to feel better and recover from this shame? Any advice on how to feel better? How can I help? And check in every day after this. I'll just go cry in the corner now. He's playing the victim. Playing the victim 101. And a clip with my boobs, because you can kind of see the nipples with no new different name on the clip, doesn't get 3K views. This person shared this clip and sent it to someone. I'm not stupid. Sleep on it. I don't really need to sleep on it, Rico. Honestly.
Bueno, el día de hoy vamos a ver lo que parece ser el tatuaje de un ornitorrinco.
¡Tu puta madre! Buzz, thank you for the prime. Buzz, thank you for the prime for 7 months. Appreciate you. I don't know. We will see. We will see. We can talk about it, Rico, but it's not like there's not much that we can say. Chibi, 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 chaba, chapa, dooby, dooby, daba, daba, makubi, dooby, boom, boom, boom. Chill out. Chill out. Chill out. You wanna have a chat? Do you like Gonya? Do you like Gonya? I'm in the mood for Gonyas today. Today I'm very much in the mood for Gonyas. You ready? Hold on, let me switch to the right other account. Where the fuck is that? I will never find it on the computer. Let me find it here. Why do I promote bingo? Because I liked it, Andre. It was nice. We played a couple of games. Okay. Gonya? You like it? Can't I? Okay, maybe there's not a Gonya. Wait, where is it? Maybe not. Maybe it was not. Wait, maybe not. Maybe it's not. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna do this Gonya. I'm not gonna do this Gonya. I'm not gonna do this Gonya. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Sorry. I promised you a Gonya that did not happen. Sorry, I promised to you a Gonya that is not gonna happen. You know what I'm curious to see? I'm curious to see if this works. Maybe he pressed the clip button on accident, yes, and their cousin entered into the room and they did it by mistake. Die. So. Curious to see if something works. Chibi chibi chava chava dooby dooby dava dava magico dooby dooby boom boom boom. Chibi chibi chava chava dooby dooby dava dava magico. It appears like it's not. like it's not lagging. Cyberpunk is not lagging, chat. Chatta. Cyberpunk is not lagging. Welcome back.
Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery rounded out to a solid and sturdy.
Rico, if I do that, then it's bad for the raids and all of that. Super loud. Wait. Ah, it's already in game. Good morning! You've never played Cyberpunk with me, haven't you? Yeah, wait. I have to put the settings. Game is still loud? No, it should not be now.
Hey, you! Yeah, I'm talking to you. You connect to
You should be able to hear me now. You should be able to hear me.
If I were in your shoes. Corporations say the new
Let me just check that the settings are so that we don't wait. Don't have boobs or something like that. Where is it? There should be, right? The one for streaming. Tutorials. How to make it like streaming friendly? Field, no, advanced. Accessibility, I don't think so, right? My interface. No. It's not, it cannot be louder than me. There must be a way to make it like streaming friendly. Wait, let me check. How to make a Cyberpunk streaming friendly. Not streaming friend, streaming friendly. Oh, only DMCA? Buon anno, piccone! And there should be like a streamer mode, right? Oh, but it's only in the music. It's only in the music, right? Not in the boobas. Do we get banned because of boobas? Turn off genitals. How I click and graph gameplay. Mission and tutorial, skipping that, enable cross enable skip and PC Lucas. Graphics, right? No. Graph density, medium, basic, blah blah blah. There's a fill lens, flare, motion blur, contact shadows, anticipate, logo shadow quality, volumetric, max, blah 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 blah. Do not make chat feel like that. You're nice, PDF. Thank you. I work for a streamer who's made some content on other dating games, and I saw you playing 10 dates, but I only saw the last minute of it. And I found the game interesting to suggest to the guy I work for. How does the game work? If I'm not mistaken, is it just one person going on multiple dates, and how many hours does it take to finish the game? Happy New Year, by the way. Thank you, PDF. It would take like 1 or 2 hours, I would say. And you have to go first on between like 5 dates, then 3, no, then 2, and then 1. And that's it. It's really, really nice. Conversation, blah, blah, blah. By the way, who's that? Window mode, resolution, video interface. Damage center, stamina, crowds, minimal, speedometers. Visibility. Do you see it? Accessibility. Camera motion, weapon sway. Controls. Where the fuck is it? Sensitivity. Gameplay. Do you see it? Do you see it? It's bad, Rico.